I'm just gonna move my ladder around over here. That's what I put my tripod on. Give me just 1 second. Whoops. Okay. How's everybody doing today? We're just now coming on. We'll give a few minutes, see if anybody shows up here. I'm going to get these set off to the side. I was just using them to make a thumbnail. Just being silly about it. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Just want to clean up my mess just a little bit as we enter into the next phase of this project here. We have made some excellent decisions and we've turned the corner on the design questions. We've fixed the asymmetrical problem. We've gotten everything symmetrical from the center out now. And we just did some gluing up this morning, and I'm just kind of catching up. I was on yesterday and was gluing a couple pieces down, and one of them fell upside down. And that created a whole cavalcade, all these tiny little triangles. And I couldn't figure out where they went or how to put it back together. So I threw those in the scrap bucket and I cut new pieces and I got those glued in. And I've added my other row here that is done. The glue is dried. Underneath of it is nice and clean. We're getting ready to epoxy this down. And like I said, let me get this stuff out of the way. I'm just being silly. This I will leave out and this I will leave out. So, all right. In fact, while we're waiting on people to show up here, I'm going to warm up a cup of coffee as we get started because I'm in for the long haul today. Yesterday we did 2 hours and I got myself, hi, welcome. Yesterday we worked on our project for a couple of hours. And I got kind of bogged down on some tiny little production pieces. I'm warming up a cup of coffee as we get started. Welcome, welcome. Anna Bahab, how do I say that properly? Welcome, welcome. I'm building a stained glass mosaic window. We've got all of this cut out. And I've got my tape lines and my straight line marked. And I've got my little hinge made so when I put my epoxy down, I can flip them back over. So I still need to mix up my epoxy. Anubab, I don't know. I'm hoping I'm saying your name properly. Leave a like if I managed to pronounce your name properly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Gainshmer, I don't know how to say that. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Oh, thank you, I appreciate that. We're coming along really good. We chose a new color. I recut this section here, and so now I've got this. It's really close to the same color. But it looks more like, yes, thank you, appreciate that, Anoop. So we've got a brighter color now coming out of the center of the window. So now I've got my color gradient coming from the center. That worked out pretty good. And so now I have, these are the pieces that I'm gonna end up not using. So I'm saving those strips for down here in the nameplate. But the rest of it, I've chosen a different color and I think it looks really nice. So give me just 1 second. I really just need a little bit more coffee this afternoon, whatever you want to call it. I just ate some lunch I went outside for a few minutes. I had a little cigarette. And I've got ants coming in from places, but I'm getting distracted. Hold on 1 second. Let me set you guys down so I can. Now I got to work on my diabetes, you know, because that doesn't happen magically. I'm not genetically disposed to diabetes, so I have to earn mine. So let me add my diabetes concoction and turn my back so y'all can't laugh at how much sugar I be using. All right. I think I'm gonna have to walk to Walmart and get me some ant spray. It looks like we got some ants coming in. Welcome everybody, welcome. We're just getting ready to do another good round of gluing. Yeah, I need to. They just started showing up. It's been raining real good. So let me get you guys up close and personal on the project. I'll save you all the favor of not having to look at me. So what I've got here is I've established, oops, let me show that a little bit better. So I've established a straight line here because this is where we drew a line in the sand to correct a problem of symmetry from half to half. So now I've got it taped off and a nice new line that was all, you know, it's all squared up, and I'm absolutely certain that my math is good, my measurements are good. And so these pieces are all cut and ready to fill in around everything. And the last step that you do before you do that, and the first step and the third step and 100 steps in between. So right now, and I have another row over here that's also ready to go, but I'm going to hold off on that unless I have a bunch of glue. So what I want to do before I even get started, I want to go ahead and clean and buff that out one last time just to make sure there's no surprise fingerprints, make sure there's no surprise smudges from the glue from the previous row over. So what I like to do is I just have a wooden, it's just a hardwood dowel, right? And so I sharpen it like a pencil, and I use a coffee filter because you're not going to scratch the glass with wood. So you can really buff around your edges and all of that. And anywhere that you touch it with your fingers, you're going to want to wipe that off with a coffee filter. And so between the coffee filter and my little wooden stylus, and I've already done this a couple of times. It's just a good habit before you do a run of epoxy to go ahead and polish everything up, right? Oops. That piece there is trying to escape on us. And so now I need to test it to make sure, because it's glass, sometimes it's hard to tell if it's on the top or the bottom. So that may need to be moved because now it's come off of my tape. But I've got it lined up pretty good with the rest. I think it'll be just fine. So, all right. And then since I've got this nice tape run taped down, and I was in a bad habit for years, and anytime I do a cotton swab or working on windows, and just a bad habit of licking something to get moisture on it. So nowadays I've matured. I keep an old lid with just a few drops of water in it, and I can go in and hit stuff. And so basically you just use the piece of wood like an eraser and a buffer. And what I want to do is, because I had a magic marker line drawn on there to put the tape down. So now I can erase the magic marker line so I know there won't be lines underneath my epoxy. So all of this, just good solid preparation. So I'm really glad you guys came back. Today is going to be a good day. We gotten past all the technical issues and figured out all the problems. And I've got a bunch of glass cut ready to glue down. So once I get this section done, I'll be able to come over here. And then I also have what I do. This little project has so many tiny little triangles everywhere. I've got a bunch of empty spaces where triangles fill in later. But if you notice, you'll see little, oops, this camera is so awkward, little bits of tape with magic marker on it. Look like an old man that just got done shaving. So underneath there, I'll put a little piece of tape every time I come to a piece that needs to be glued. So whenever I have a little extra wet glue after doing this row, I'll look and find underneath my piece of tape, there'll be another piece that's, you know, been fixed and dealt with later kind of thing. So, all right. So at this point, you just have to kind of bite the bullet and decide that that little tiny ghost of a smudge that you may see, you have to accept the fact that it's probably on the other side of the glass because you have buffed the crap out of it, and that is not on this side. And so you have to really be familiar with your work that's in front of you, because you can really trick yourself. And you know, the psychological danger of that moment is that that becomes the moment where you're tempted to take it off the table and flip it over so you can look at it, right? And like I've said in almost every single live stream, trust the process. We've made a good pattern. We took good measurements. We overcame even a measurement mistake. We were able to overcome that. And so at this stage in production, and I've made a big deal out of it because I wanted to make this one window in a whole live series on YouTube step by step, which is why I'm going about this way. But now that I'm at this point, you just have to trust the lines. And so any adjustments that you may have made, because like I have another one down here where the angle was shifted because remember, we had to shift over to find our symmetry. So if I needed to draw a new piece and make sure I cut the glass that goes around it into that shape, I'll put a piece of tape down and that becomes my line, right? So now I have a piece of tape that's marking my new line, because underneath this piece of glass in pencil on the paper is a pencil line that's about 1/8 of an inch off. And so I've corrected that by just putting, so now I have a new pattern that's removable when I'm done, right? So that's just kind of the point of that, is that I use a lot of tape and do a lot of things along the way to make it easier as I go. So we'll get a little bit better view. So now I believe that I'm ready to mix some epoxy. I've double checked everything. It's not going to get any cleaner than that, which is what got me started, just talking in circles. And so the best thing I can do is hope that I am not installing any kind of fingerprints. And so also, some of these pieces are so small that they can get flipped around and still look like the right piece, right? So you have to look, and you'll have some magic marker from when you drew your pattern on there. And you want to look and make sure that you're not gluing a piece down that has magic marker underneath of it, because that will be there permanently. And I've done it before in Windows, and it's just horrible. There's so many things that could go wrong, and I'm not a fatalist. I just have done so many projects. I've had just about everything that can go wrong has gone wrong, and there's a solution for everything up to a point, because the solution on a professional level, when you make a mistake that's of a permanent nature, that's when you have to just start over and cut your losses. This is a hobby home studio, and there's much less tension in the final product. I'm more concerned with my diagonal lines of radiating out from the cross than I am concerned with my up and down, right? So some things I've had to, because it's mosaic, and straight lines are really difficult to do. So you just have to accept the fact that, and you can decide for yourself, do you want to approach this with a level of perfectionism and professionalism as if, somebody were paying money for it? Or are you just having fun, retirement, playing with tools? And you got to really decide, because I hate to admit it, but it is basic human nature. If I'm doing it for fun and enjoyment and retirement hobby, I'm a little bit more relaxed about a small mistake that I can overlook. Um, but if I have a paying customer, then everything has a higher degree of scrutiny at that point. And so there is a difference. But to bring it all back home, at this stage in the project, everything's cut, everything's clean. There's really nothing you can do now but lay the epoxy down and attach the glass and move on, because that little detail that you're worried about is probably going to disappear into the overall project at the end of things, right? So, I'm always trying to coach and explain that, this is not a rocket science thing. We're not counting millimeters. You can if you want. If you want to be the greatest technical artist, that's fine. I have no problem with that. But chances are, if you're like that, you're probably designing houses and schematics or medical drawings, and who knows. But at the end of the day, you cut your glass to the pattern, and you trust the process, and you enjoy the process. If you're not enjoying the process, then why would you bother, right? So, all right, guys, let's get some epoxy mixed, and we'll get this row done, and we'll really be cooking with gas now, because I'm also at a stage in production where the early stages of production, once you glue stuff down, there's really nothing else you could do for a while, because everything else hinges off of your starting point. But now I have so much going and so many different, now I can just work on any section that I choose as I go along. So, and we'll get you guys down here on the table in just a second. Yeah. All right. Uh-oh. Okay, the lid's already on there. We'll get this epoxy mixed up. We're ready to rock and roll. Welcome. I'm so glad you're here. Please hit a like on for me. Help get my algorithm. I'm up to almost 260 subscribers. I really appreciate y'all subbing from me. That's been great. I'd love to get up to 300 here soon. But that is not why I'm here. My YouTube channel is an old man's retirement hobby, and I'm having a great time. And it's not always laughs and jokes, but I like to laugh and joke. And I like to make fun of myself. And And right now I like to mix epoxy. Because that's really all I'm doing while you're listening to me ramble. We're ready to get this run done. We've got this first row taped off. Actually, it's not the first. This would be, according to the pattern, the address would be called strip number 11. And once again, I have no clue how many pieces of glass are in this project yet. I'm going to count it all up right before I grout it. So I just want to spread it out on the surface. And you can do these one by one. Pick up a piece of glass and glue one down. But then you're handling it more, and that's where you really start messing with the fingerprints, which is why I came up with this cool little method. And all I have to do is flip them over, and then I kind of babysit them and make sure that they're doing okay. All right, so, and if I can get all these done fast enough, then I can come back and use that. I've got some more wet glue that I can utilize. So we just want to press those down so they're not floating. You want good contact with the surface. You want good squeeze out. And unfortunately, you will be picking and cleaning that off. And that's okay. Pretty sure that piece goes there. If it doesn't, it does now. Okay, so those pieces are all in. Right on, moving right along. We're ready to get up to the top section here. Just a few more pieces up here. I was getting ready to paint the next row over. I don't know what I was thinking. All right. We'll get these bad boys installed with apparently a bunch of really unnecessarily too much epoxy. Okay, we got the extra goop off. Ready to press them down into place. Check our tape is holding them good. So I'm liking my alignment. My alignment's looking nice. I've got some wet glue. And so now what I want to do is I've got a few little addresses. Make sure that's clean on the backside. Where a few pieces of glass live that need glue. And so this is how I use up my excess epoxy and it doesn't go to waste. And then I make sure I take that tape off so I don't go back and mess with it again. So here we got another little loose goosey underneath here. Drop that down in the hole. A little bit of epoxy on the end there. Okay, there's another one. We'll get this nice piece here. That's a nice big one. Get that one covered. Tape off of there. That one's such a big piece. I might leave the tape on there just to hold it into place. Another one right here. Get this one. Just need a little tiny dot is all you need here. Okay, we got a little dot in there. And then that one we just did. And then we got one more right here to do. Ooh, you know what? That's where the claw is. I can't quite do that one yet because that claw is there. Okay, I almost made a mistake. All right, so these ones are also ready to go. Oh, okay, not anymore. That one just moved. Another one of those fun little triangles. Alright, well that piece of tape just moved, but we can come in here like this. I can at least get a couple more. I got just enough for a little more. And so this time I'm going one by one because I don't want to spread out a whole big area. Because if you were watching as I flipped that piece of tape over, a piece kind of jumped out. And now I have to make sure that they're the right piece. And just trying to use up the last few drops of epoxy on my palette here. Get those pressed down in good. That looks like it's not moving. Alright, and then another teeny tiny one. These triangles, you'd think I'd know better than to design all these tiny triangles, but it was actually a little bit more difficult. And the design ended up this way, and so I decided to, where does it live? That's the question. Oh no, where did I get this from? Oh, here. Duh. And that does go right there. Okay. Almost lost track of where I was at there. And then these pieces are so tiny that sometimes you can set them down flat and they will literally land on their edge. It's the craziest thing, you know, dealing with miniature type stuff. Just the weird anomalous things that can take place. So the other row is ready, but this epoxy is now too stiff to spread at all. So we're not going to spread that out anymore. Now we're going to regroup just a little bit. I'm going to step over here and wash my hands off real quick. Get a tiny bit of glue on my fingertips off. And then we'll see if we're ready to make another batch of epoxy or not. Okay, welcome back. Glad you're here. So what I'm doing with this project is just a mosaic, right? And there's several ways to build stained glass windows. And if you want to think about Tiffany style lampshades, that's a whole nother thing. If you want to talk about real leaded windows where each piece of glass goes inside of the channel, that's a whole nother thing. This process here, I just kind of made it up. You know, I didn't make it up. But this is what when I do a mosaic, I've been using these 2-part epoxies for years. I've been doing this method with mosaics. And so when I build a traditional stained glass window, it looks a little bit different, and it's really fun. That's what I really love most, is getting, you know, a real actual window and soldering it all together. I really like that most. But I do enjoy the other types. I really enjoy the mosaics because it just takes glue and it's cheap to build and you can get a lot of really nice details. But we will be doing probably a copper foil, which is, instead of gluing everything down onto a clear piece of glass, we'll be taking and wrapping a little tiny width of copper foil tape, and you wrap it around the edge of the glass, and then you fold it over, you know, so it's all nice and wrapped around and folded over a piece of glass. And then that's what you solder over. And then we're also going to do a leaded window where you have to build it flat on a table and slide a piece in to a receiving piece, and then you have to add another channel to receive the next piece of glass, and you have to build very systematically in succession. That's a whole different technique. With mosaics, I can just skip around and glue willy-nilly and start and stop anywhere I want. With a real actual stained glass window, you have to strategically plan how you're going to build it, how you're going to go about starting. You know, if you have a big, huge circle, you probably want to start in the middle and build out. You know, otherwise you want something solid to build off of. So you start with that first row of boring frame and you build on from there. But the whole thing has to be planned, and this does not. So let me double check our pieces here. And it looks like everything stayed in place real nicely. I don't think we have any floaters. And that's good. Just got a couple of places where we're going to need to clean up and scrape some glass. But I think we're looking pretty good here. And this one, okay, and that's because it's the claw. I keep wanting to peel that up and epoxy that, but there's nothing. I gotta wait for that because I gotta cut the claw of the eagle before I glue that little tiny triangle piece. So, just 1 second here. That's probably not a very good angle. I'm gonna work on finding a better angle. And I think what I do is if I shift my work surface 90 degrees, and turn this 90 degrees, it might look better. But for right now, I've got everything set up. I would have to clear the whole table off. But I think next time I might do that so you can have the same point of view that I have. I mean, I think that's what I would want if I was watching somebody build a window on YouTube. Let's see if I can spin that. How's that? A little bit better. A little bit better. I'll get right over the top of it. Alright, there you go. Okay, so what we're looking at now is we're just going to go ahead and peel. And heck, you might as well get up close. You see it the way I see it. That's still way at the bottom. There it is. So this was just a guide that I used to hold all those pieces into place while that epoxy set up. And this here was just a straight line because I was floating in outer space. And directly underneath that line is a magic marker line, which is exactly why I did this. Now, I don't have any epoxy on that magic marker line. And I come right in here. And now, see, that's what magic marker and glass are like best friends. You can just, and you know, if you leave a drawing on glass and magic marker for a couple of days, it takes some real moisture and real pressure to wipe it off the surface. But, I think we have a dot. I really hope that's on the paper. So, I don't know what that is. But there's a little tiny dot. And see, this is what I was talking about. There's little things. Oops. This little dot right there. I don't remember seeing that before, and it's just out in the middle of space. I don't know if that's a piece of lint that got trapped under there. I don't know what that is. It could be a smudge. It could be on my pattern paper. But there's nothing I can do about it. It's there now. It is what it is. So we're just going to have to let that be. So then we'll come up here. Oops. It's a little bit better view. Oh, that's the other side we're looking at. Here. Where am I? Okay, there I am. Right there. So then we just did these 2 rows. And it only takes about 10 minutes for it to be like solid enough where it's not going to move on you. But you're going to need to let it sit for maybe an hour or so before you try to pick any of it back off, right? So I'm going to do myself a favor, and that piece is already numbered at 2.5. So what I'm going to do here, and this is just organizational tactic for later. So I know that this piece of glass is labeled as number 2.5 on the pattern. And I'm tired of looking at it in my way because I want to build around it. And I can't epoxy this down until after I build the eagle's claw. So over here, I have a bunch of little taped off pieces of glass with the address of where they live. And like I say, every time I get a little bit of, I make a big batch of glue, every time I do that, here, you know what, we're just going to do the expanded view. If you'd like to see something up close and personal, let me know in the chat. We'll bring the camera down to the surface at any time, but I'm kind of tired of going back and forth. I'm losing track of what I'm doing. So these, I'll show you the comparison of why it looks so cool. So originally coming out from behind the cross was this color. And this is what all the background is that's there now. And then I spliced this into it, and this, it's just bright enough where it looks like light coming out of there. It's really kind of groovy. I'm really kind of digging that. So I need to cut for that piece, and I have a line on here that needs to disappear. So we'll erase that off of there. Our magic wooden eraser pencil. It's just a piece of wood, and it, like I said, it really helps to buff the glass. And I'll dip it in a little, just a tiny little bit of water, and then to really buff it out from where I've erased, I'll use a coffee filter. And so eventually, you know, and as I go, I'm constantly finding where epoxy is dried to the surface, and I'll come along with this pencil and a razor blade and really buff it down and get all the weird stuff out, which is what I'm doing now, really. And then got some magic marker lines on this glass that I want to erase. The reason I had magic marker going around that stuff is I wanted to see what it would look like. When you fill it up with grout, it blocks the light coming in from the edges and focuses all the light on the surface. So to get an overall view, and I was just curious, and I like to go around the edges of my glass with marker when it's a darker color. And so this is just cleaning. I've got it drawn on the edges, and so now I have to clean it off the surface, right? Because that just makes your elements look better. Because I only wanted the black on the actual side of the glass. I don't want it on the surface of the glass. But it, you know, it's like highlighting a shape. If you magic marker around the edges, it really makes it darken up and makes it stand out better. So really just for overall effect, so that the letters would pop a little bit. And so, and I only did that with the black. So you can see how there's black lines around those letters. The grout will be black also, but I wanted to really make sure that the edges of these letters are really highlighted, because they're going to be, it's almost a really light gray in the light, and I don't want them to disappear. So I'm giving them every opportunity to kind of stand out and be seen and be a little bit, it just makes them look bolder, for however you can explain that, it does. Okay. And then I've got another piece here. Check this out. You talk about the mistakes people make. Let's see. Down here where my finger's at, look at this. So at first, oops. Oh my goodness. At first I thought on this R right here, I thought that that was a bunch of glue on that piece, and I was scraping at it with my razor blade, and I was trying to get this glue off of here. Well, turns out after closer inspection, that's the piece of glass was cut upside down, and that's the rough surface of the glass on the backside. That's not, so I was trying to pick away at that glue forever before I realized that was just texture in the glass, you know. So you really want to pay attention when you're cutting glass, which side you're cutting on, because now I have one little, and it'll forever till the end of time, it'll look like this one little part of the R is wet because it just has a little tiny surface on the, and that's the texture of the glass, but it's always going to reflect light off the surface. It'll always be noticeable. So, and these are the things that you just have to laugh at and let go, you know. It's not that big of a deal. And most people probably wouldn't notice it, you know, and even if they do, they're not going to ream you about it. Hopefully they have a sense of humor and, you know, understand that that's the kind of thing that happens. It's always something. Okay. So that still needs to dry a little bit more. These, I don't know if they were actually ready to go. But let me clean up underneath here, and I think I can come back clean this area up. I'm going to get this area up real well. Here's another one of these. Couldn't tell you where it goes, but we'll find a home for it somewhere. These little triangles are all over the place. So I think what I might do is I'll get these. We're going to get this half done. Let me just close this in. That ain't going nowhere. Okay. Let me cut the excess off of here. And it's a little early for it, but I'm not cutting on the surface of the glass. I'm cutting it off the edge of the glass. So we're going to go ahead and just trim a little bit of squeeze out epoxy off of here, just so I can keep working. And it's just two little pieces, and I'm being real careful. Don't want fingerprints on there. Okay. And my little wooden stylus to buff it out, and dip that in a little bit of water. And this, like I said, every time, even if I know the glass has already been cleaned, I still like to take my wooden stylus and my coffee filter, and I like to buff out the little section that I'm getting ready to do next. Because, you know, you can't always tell in the light if you're surfing, you know, you could move around and look. And this side over here, I don't think it's quite ready to go yet. So I'm going to leave it alone. You know, focus on these pieces. And then I've got, let's see, so I've got a W, this piece that goes underneath here. This is the top wing. This piece goes underneath the U. I don't know if these are ground into shape yet or not. And then this one is also a W. Uh-oh. That was supposed to go there. But I've already got another piece in there. Huh. Well, I can cut it to go further on up there. Okay. So that piece is unnecessary. That piece is not ready. 2.5 is not ready. Alright, let's check these pieces. Ooh, there's several of them there. Let's check and see how these are looking, because I think they need to be fit in there at this point. Let's see. So that would be there. That would be there. And where does this one go? That piece goes there. Making sure I'm not looking at this funny. Yeah, and then, okay. Alright, we're going to take this on the grinder real quick. We're going to clean up that, make it nice and round at the end, and then everything else should just drop right on into place. Right? That is my end. Okay. Okay, now we've got the edges buzz sawed, and now we're going to check it for fit. I think I might have just a tiny bit of epoxy in my way from that last run. Just cut that excess squeeze off out without touching the surface, and it'll stay clean. Okay, where'd it go? Okay, get these out of my way. And let's see where I need to grind it at. Right there. Alright, we'll grind this little bits off. It should drop right in there. Oh, that is the wrong towel. That's my kitchen towel. Accidentally using my kitchen towel on glass stuff. Alright. But we'll get these pieces in. Let's see. That is so close. We're going to grind it just a little bit more. Make sure I didn't turn that around the wrong way. Okay. There, and there. Okay. And you just go in and grind it where it's touching the other edges at. Looks like I may have cut this piece a little bit large. I mean, do you want to call that large? But we'll get it fitting in the shape, and then I need to create a little bit of a gap around the edges, so I'll mark for that, and then I'm gonna mark to make sure I have a nice clean line. So unfortunately I cut this piece funny, and it's taken a little bit of manipulation to get it going, but we'll have it in a jiffy. That should be just about there. And we'll get all these little errant pieces rounded up. Okay. Alright, I want to create just a little bit more of a gap for the grout. And if you're ever uncertain about how much you need to grind, you know, you can always remember you need to account for the grout. So everything doesn't have to fit super tight. This little piece does because I cut it large, but now I'm grinding it down. Always better to just cut them to the right size the first time. Because now I'm having to play games with the grinder here. Let's see. And then this has got a nice straight line coming that way. Okay. Now we should have a pretty good fit by now, surely. Welcome everybody. I'm glad you're here. Welcome to the live stream. We're closing in. We're getting this window built. We're trucking it along really nicely. Okay. So we're almost there. I'm going to take a little bit more off the tip. I'm just creating some clearance for my grout to go around. Like I said, don't want it too tight. So now I've got the piece in a nice shape, but I also have a couple of other lines that need to be addressed. So little by little, we'll get this in there. Okay, so to keep this line going, I just need to grind a little bit there, and that'll, oh, okay. My goodness, all right, to grind the crap out of this. Alright, let's see how we're looking. I think we're good now. We're trucking right along. It looks like there's a lot to do, but we're closing in on it. I could have all this space filled before I go to bed tonight. So, okay, so there's that piece. And then that piece goes there. And then I'm assuming that this one goes. You have a weird piece in here. I'm not so sure how it goes in there. That just doesn't seem right to me. Unless, it might be upside down here. Nope. Okay. I don't know where that piece goes, but I know this one goes here, and I know this one goes here, and that is, okay. Well, that's going to make that just a tiny piece on the other side. Okay. Alright, so now we're going to draw this other line, because we're matching a line running all the way up. Now that I've got my outer shape, I'm going to split it right there just to make the lines in my background have nice continuity. trusty glass cutter. Make sure I like that line. Okay. Almost don't want to cut that line, to be honest with you. That is this line here. Okay. It is what it is, and that's all we can do. Alright, let's cut that straight line in. And that'll probably just be a piece I'll come back later and fill in. Alright, let me grind that just a hair bit more. Now we're ready to fill this space in. Kind of a weird little fiddly section in here. But you just got to keep after it. And you think, you think you've taken a lot out of your glass, and then you get back over to your pattern and it's still not enough. So, you don't want to. So unless you got one of them fancy glass stretchers, I suggest easing into it. You don't want to take too much out at a time. Alright. I think that looks nice there. I'm going to set that aside so it's not in my way to do this one. That would be nice right there. And we'll just cut another straight line off there. Line it up with my lines. Another tiny little triangle. Gotta love it. Uh-oh. Well, that one just broke off. Okay. That just broke off the way we didn't want it to. But let's see if I can still salvage it for the piece right underneath of it. Yeah, I think that's going to be okay after all. Alright. Because these triangles, they're probably just about universal. I could probably just cut a bunch of random triangles and find places for them to fit and not even worry about the pattern, I bet. Uh-oh, that means my phone is dying. Then I might be hearing some loud-ass Mexicano music. Alright, we're going to grind this triangle down just a tiny bit. That might be just about ready for a short break. Okay, let's shrink-a-dink that triangle down. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad you're here. You're going to learn something about making mosaics. This is a good project for that. If you're looking for some more traditional stained glass stuff, stick around. We'll be doing that a lot. I think that's about the 15th time I've grinded this little tiny piece. It's kind of a linchpin piece that goes way up into this letter, so I want it to look nice. That is upside down. Not only was it upside down, it was also backwards. Okay, so those two pieces are ready. So I need another straight line underneath of it and a tiny strip right next to it. Well, that makes that a tiny piece right next door. Okay, so I've got them laying exactly like I like, right? So since I'm inventing this technique, I think I'm going to call this the tape hinge, because now I have when I'm ready to glue it down, I can just flip it right over into place and they're not going to get lost. They're going to stay right there until I'm ready for them. So now we're ready to move on. That's kind of in my way a little. Okay. And just hopefully that won't go anywhere. So this piece here, I'm really not sure what it was intended for. It just doesn't look like it belongs anywhere. But it was in there. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what this piece was for, actually. It doesn't make sense to me where it came from. So, I've got a weird, strange piece that I'm not sure where it goes. It's not making sense with the leftover space that I have. So here's a magic solution for that. Let me show you a really neat trick. Put it in a scrap bucket and just cut a new piece. It's easier. I've done turned it every which way and I cannot discern how it's supposed to be. So we'll just take a little scrap of this and we're going to go ahead and cut another piece in. So we'll cut it right. Well, that's another triangle. I'm going to leave the triangle for later. I'm going to cut the piece right next to it. And that was the piece that went there. Okay, so I have the piece that goes underneath there. Make sure I don't accidentally hit that. Okay. There. Alright, that's the piece I'm cutting right there. Ta-da! Ta-da! So it should be okay. But even if you think you're not going to need to grind it or grows it, you're still going to want to be careful with your breaking away. And you might just be able to avoid it. There, right there, making sure I'm lined up still. Right there, and right there. Okay. That line didn't even make a mark on there. Make another mark. Okay, made a mark that time. Okay. Another piece ready to go. We're going to, like I said, we're going to ignore the triangle for now. Oops, is that right? Something about that don't look right either. Well, I don't like that. It's not really quite right. Let me look at it this way. No. Alright, I don't know what happened, but the line. We're going to cut a third one now. Bear with me. I don't know what happened there. I think I cut a wrong line. Let me recut that. And then I'll just take the triangle out of it. Oh, my hands are sweaty. They're taking my lines away. Here we go again. Okay, and then right there. Why is that line not represented? Okay, that's kind of weird. All right. We're not worried about the tiny triangle. Like I said, I think I can just pick up a bunch of random triangles and glue them in later. I'm interested in the line in the negative space that the triangle leaves behind. That's what I'm all about right now. Okay. That looks a lot better. It does need a little bit of grinding. And if I didn't have a grinder, we could get away with it. But since I do in fact have a grinder, I don't have to get away with it. Okay. Now, watch this. I was explaining this earlier, but I didn't really show it. But I just found this to be frustrating and scientifically. So see this tiny little piece? They are so small that you can actually accidentally try to set them down flat and they'll end up standing up. And it just drives me crazy sometimes. Okay, you'll go to set a piece down. Oops, didn't turn my camera. You'll go to set a piece down and you get a piece of glass sticking up in the air. It's frustrating. So, at any rate, let's see. I think that's it there, right? Nope, that's backwards. There we go. Okay, I like that piece a lot better. So we're going to put a piece of 12. Alright, we're going to put just a little bit more of a gap on her. Okay. We're cruising right along. Now there's another piece ready to be ready. Ready to be ready. That should be the name of my channel. I'm ready to be ready, but I'm not ready. I'm ready to be ready, but I'm not really ready. Okay. Those can just hang out there and be patient. So now we're going to move down here. Got this other piece is already cut. We're going to, well, it's rough cut. Now we're going to give it its final shape, which it looks like it's just going to be a straight line. And so this, it's just a tiny little thin straight line. And I could just as easily go over there on the grinder but I can also just cut that little line off. See? So either way, I make a visit to the grinder. Now I could take and I could grow these like I showed y'all yesterday, but I'm making a mess on my table and I have a grinder, so I'm gonna use a grinder. Let me buzz these edges off. Whoa. Oh man, I got caught in a divot. Okay. Cut my. I need to resurface my grinder surface every time I get these tiny pieces. They'll get caught in a divot and it digs into the grinder head, and you got to pull it out real fast before it makes too bad of a mark. Okay. Alright, we're going to straighten that line up and burnish it down just a little bit. Okay, let's see where we're at now. Alright, I'd like to have a little bit wider gap next to the grout, so I'm going to grind that down just a little bit more. So my goal for today, and I don't know what time it is, I think I've got plenty of time, but my goal for the day is to get all my pieces ground down so I can glue everything up this afternoon, and I don't, not tempted to run that grinder later on this evening. Alright, I want to open up that gap just a little bit more. I need to plug my phone in. All right, 1 second. All right, we got the phone plugged in. I haven't checked the chats in a while. Robert Connor 2016. Yep, that's what I'm gonna need to do. Thank you so long, Ghana Masher. Excellent. Thank you guys so much for coming by and visiting me today. We are certainly by no means done. We're not done for the day. We're not done with the project. I did 2 good hours yesterday, and I got myself into a corner and I had to figure some things out technically, and I got kind of stuck and I was hungry, and so I shut it down. So I may just do a marathon session and work until I'm just butt ugly tired today, and we'll just stay streaming as long as I can. We'll keep it a marathon session. But I need to grind this little triangle down. I need to create a little bit more of a gap here in the window, and I'll let y'all get a closer look at it. And it's about time for a short break. So I'm going to take a quick intermission. And if you like, I'll rotate this. Leave that on camera like that, and you guys can inspect my project while I'm gone. I'm going to take a short break, and we'll be back. We'll continue to finish grinding this row. We'll come back up here. We've got several pieces that are almost ready to install. We've got a row ready to glue, and we've got a couple other little random pieces around that are ready to glue down. And then once we get past this technical part, once we get into here, this is all just straight lines, so it's about to happen real fast. This is all gonna be buttoned up. I think I'm gonna stay live until everything's filled in this afternoon. So stick with me, folks. We're gonna take a short intermission for a coffee break. It's been an hour and 16 minutes, and I'm an retired old man, and that's longer than I'm used to going without a cigarette. I'm sure I'll lose viewers for that one. Just like that, I'm not predisposed to diabetes, so I have to drink a lot of sugar so I can have diabetes, and I'm not predisposed to cancer, so I gotta smoke a lot of extra cigarettes. I ain't trying to live to be 500 years old. I'm just kidding, folks. I am not proud of my habits. But this is a retirement project. This is a relaxed and lazy retirement studio. It's all about having fun and working on glass projects here. So I'm not going to take anything too serious. I'm just going to enjoy the journey. So, all right, guys. I need to go to the little stained glass person's room. I'm going to take 5-10 minutes, and we'll be back to knock some more of this out of the park. Little piano music in the background while you wait. Enjoy that. Be right back. One more minute. We're almost ready to get started again. Okay, welcome back. If you're still here, you are a champ and you deserve recognition. It's probably somebody I know. If it's somebody I know, type a 1 in the chat. Don't be shy. Feel free to say hello. We're ready to get back to work on this project. We're really coming around the corner, coming home with it here. I've got a few more pieces that are going to be a little finicky to cut and grind in, but I've got 90% of it ready to glue down and 99% of it's cut. And so I think that today I'm just going to stay live. I'm going to have a marathon work session today. So I'm pacing myself. And I'm just going to stay live because I think I can get this whole area filled in before I get too tired. And I'm just going to make the final stretch. We're on the hitting a home run. We're out of the park and we're into the weeds, well deep into the back rooms of this background. And I want to grind this down just a tiny bit, create a little bit more space for the grout to go behind there. And I don't see my eyeglasses. Gotta have your eyeglasses. All we want to do, just like a shrinky dinks in the old days, you basically want to shrinky dink this down, make sure you got plenty of grout all the way around. And most of the stuff that I cut out in my patterns, that line has already been accounted for. But this is a new color that I've added in, and I'm literally cutting it as I go. So we'll take a little bit more out of that. And what you want to do, you always want to make sure that your piece of glass, that you can see the pencil line on the piece of glass, right? So what you're looking at is when you put the piece down and you think, oh my, it looks too small. Well, trust me, it doesn't. Because you want to see the pencil line, and that is going to ensure that you've left enough of a gap. And so if you look real close here, this is fitting really nicely, except for I just need to cut that little tiny tip off right there. And then we'll buzz over it one more time with the grinder. Oops, I just set it down. There it is. Let me buzz that tip down. Let me double check that. Okay, we'll buzz that down and we'll be good to go. Okay, and you know, I hate to say it, I'm such an old school stained glass guy that I get a little embarrassed when I have to use the grinder. Because them old glazers, they just laugh at you. Like, oh, what? You know, I worked in a studio, an old antique stained glass studio, and they didn't even have a grinder. They didn't even have a grinder in the whole studio. What we did have was a giant wet sander, belt sander, and it was an upright sander. And it really didn't grind anything. You could take and buff the edges and clean up edges with it, but it was a big old giant antique belt sander, and you just stand there with your piece of glass and buzz the edges. But honestly, a good glass cutter shouldn't need the grinder as much as I do. So I'm kind of sheepish about it because I'm being real picky about particular shapes. And like I said, this glass was not all cut out ahead. I'm cutting it as I go. But at any rate, so yeah, I learned all this stuff from old timers. You know, and I used to run the kiln room during my apprenticeship. I was in charge. You know, you weatherproof all the stained glass windows and you carry glass around and you do whatever they ask you to do. But an apprentice is mainly spending their days weatherproofing windows. And then I was the kiln manager. And what that meant was you get these big antique cabinets with the curved glass on them. And when those would break, the place I worked at, Hopcroft Stained Glass, that was one of the only places in the Midwest that did that. And so we did custom jobs from all over the world. And we'd have these big, giant metal forms, and you'd have to cut the glass, you know, big, long pieces. And then you have to lay the glass flat over a form. And then you put it in the kiln, and you turn it up, and you turn it up, and every 15 minutes you turn up the temperature until that glass slumps into that form. And so I used to be the manager of that while I was doing a lot of other stuff. You know, so my apprenticeship days were pretty busy with all kinds of stuff. Okay, so now we've got another piece there is ready. And I like that placement. It's really nice. Oh, moved on me. Get back on track there and tape it down. Okay. And so now, like the rest of them, it's ready to be flipped over. I can clean the glass. Oops, sorry. So now the rest of them, the reason all this tape is on there is I'll be able to flip them over, clean underneath, put my epoxy down, and then just hinge them right back down. And so through that whole process, they won't move around on me. It's actually a pretty good system that works. Let's see, so where am I at exactly? I've got that. This W, that goes way up in there, and that's that 2.5 for the claw. Okay. Well, shucky darns, I think we might better off. I think what we're going to do is we'll get this section 100%, and we're going to glue all these in. But I don't think these are ground and ready to go. We got to check these little bad boys hiding out in here. Okay. So what do we have here? Oh, it looks okay. We can grind these down a little bit. I've got a little epoxy squeezing out from the side from my last round. So I want to go ahead and cut this excess epoxy off. And if y'all want to get a closer look down here, it's kind of hard to get the camera just in the right spot sometimes. So all I'm doing is going along the edge. Just going along the edge of the glass and cutting the excess epoxy off because it's bulged out into the space where the gap should be. And so that keeps you from being able to fit everything real nicely. Okay. Sometimes it just doesn't want to cooperate and you need a bigger tool. There we go. That little run out of there. Get that out of there. And we'll still clean it, but right now I need that epoxy out of my way for proper fitting. Let's see, so I had that. Uh-oh. See, once again, these pieces start moving around on you. That's why I tape them down, because now it's difficult to tell. Oh no. Okay, so that line is there. That needs ground down. That one's ready. And that one's ready. Okay. So all I think these two are backwards. I think this one goes here and that one goes there. So that one is just a hair bigger. And that one is just a hair smaller. That looks a lot better. Okay, and then I think that one got turned to the side. Alright, and then that fills in that line. That fills in that line. Okay. I think what I want to do is just buzz these two bottom pieces for a little bit of clearance. And we'll be ready. Ready to glue another section down. Alright, let's see how that looks down there. Oops. Goes this way. Hey, don't do that. See, just because my fingers are wet, this stuff is so small, it just slides around and beats you up. Okay. I think I'm going to go with that, even though it's a bit of a tight fit. I like the way my lines are lining up. And of course I'm leaving, there's a little gap in there for a little triangle to come back and do later. These triangles, man, I'll tell you. Alright. I think I'm liking that alignment. So now we can take that off. We'll make our little hinge. We're good on our line all the way across. And so now what I'll do, this is the hinge technique. If you stretch that tape out real taut, right above it, and as you lower it down, it just falls into place. And as long as your pieces don't move during that moment of contact, you'll be good to go. I didn't even really mess with these other pieces at all. They didn't move. Well, they did a little. Okay. So get my spacing back the way I like it. I've got this line lined up, and now we're ready for the hinge technique. Okay. So the reason I do this is, number one, it makes my life easier. Number two, Now, here's the trick. So you can flip these out of the way, and you've got one more chance to make sure that your surface is clean. Okay. So now I'll make sure that everywhere that I just messed with is good and clean. And we've already done a little bit. And now you can blow on it and blow stuff out of the way, and your glass won't go everywhere. And like I said, I like to use my little hardwood stylus. That's all this is a hardwood dowel. And it buffs the glass really nice. Anywhere where you've got any kind of a marcation on the glass, it'll erase it like an eraser. And then you can go back over with a nice coffee filter and buff any fingerprints out, because this is the time that you want to do that. And you want to make sure, because if you don't do this, this is where you'll permanently, you may think you're gifting somebody a stained glass window, but what you really be doing is giving somebody a whole bunch of fingerprints. So, this is how, and with this epoxy is permanent. So if you've got dirty fingerprints on the surface, well, guess what? That's their new address, and they're there forever. So this is your last chance to get any markings that you may have done with a magic marker. Get that off the surface. Anything that you might accidentally glue down underneath there, now is the time. Okay, so I'm looking around for any other loose pieces that need glued. And I think we just have a nice little small batch this time. That's good. The batches of glue are getting smaller and smaller because I'm doing smaller areas at a time. I'm getting excited about that. So this out of the range of the epoxy. Would hate for epoxy to get in there. And we'll need a little scrap to mix the epoxy on. So just cut myself a little scrap. Throw that broken janky part away. And now I've got a couple of nice pallets to mix epoxy on. So, let me double check I'm ready for that. Need a couple of Q-tips. I cut the heads off of them and I saved the ends for cleaning up later. But I cut the ends off so I can use them for stir sticks. So we've got, I think we got enough epoxy to finish this project. My worry is that I'll run out in the middle of a thunderstorm, and if I'm really going on this project, I won't want to stop, which is why we're just going to stay live today. Help me stay motivated, keep me honest. And remember, we're making a small batch. Don't need a big batch this time. Just want to get equal parts measured out. And if you're going to overdo one more than the other, overdo the red, because the red is the hardener. So it's better to have more, and you know, you still want to mix equal parts, but you know, we're not scientifically measuring. It's just eyeballing it. And this right here, we're just doing a few simple pieces. We've pretty much gone around and done all the larger areas. Let me widen that back up. We've done all these larger areas already. And so now it'll get to the point at the very end where we're just holding it up to the light looking for holes to fill in, right? And once this surface is completely covered, and cleaned and buffed and cleaned and wiped and looked in the light. And after all that's done, then I will grout it. And at some point during this process, I'll go get some wood and I need to build a frame. So, but for now, let's get these bad boys in here. But I think before the sun goes down this evening, I think we might be able to get a good look at this. Okay, all of that section's ready. Just spreading my putty out. Nice, not too thin, and I don't want it puddling up. And I don't want it so thin that it's, because you want it sealed, so to speak. When you press that down to the glass surface, you want to make a permanent seal so nothing ever gets up underneath there. Alright, something just broke away. Oh, that was my big triangle. Okay, got some epoxy there. I'll have to retape that in place, but that's okay. Now's the time. At least it didn't happen at a weird time, right? Okay. Glued, pressed, and taped. That one needs adjusted. It moved underneath, but the other two are fine. So I'll come back in a minute and readjust that piece. Let's get these flipped over into place. Make sure they're lining up nicely. Those are looking good. These just fell right into place nicely like they're supposed to. Got my lines heading off in the proper direction. Those are nice. Okay, then I was going to come back and hit leave that upper piece in, but this one, there we go. Kind of shifted on me a little bit. Okay. Now I've got a bunch of epoxy left over, and I don't have anything cut to use it. Bummer. I'm not ready for any of those other pieces yet. Let me double check. Well, I think I'm going to just have to let the rest of this epoxy go to waste because I am not prepared to get another row in. And what I'm looking at is I think I still need one little border piece on my cross, but I've got to hold it up in the light because I can't tell. These pieces of glass are so closely related, and the pattern is all colored in with a pen, and that has made my glass look darker, and it created the illusion. So now I can't tell if that piece right there, what I'm looking at is this little piece right here is colored underneath of it. And I don't know if that's already a border piece on there. And I can't tell by my measurements because it's all covered up in tape. So this is just one of those moments in the process. This is probably where I should have chosen to go and take a break, because now I want to give this a few minutes. And I generally don't walk away. I like to make sure, because that epoxy is thick and that glass can sometimes settle in. Even though you've pressed it down, you're still on a microscopic layer of epoxy, and as it sets and settles in gravity, it can shift to one side or the other. And so this is the stage where you just kind of have to slow down and be observant, clean up your mess, take a short break. But I don't really want to take my eyes off of anything. Okay, and that goes up here. But it still needs cut to fit. Okay, so it's not ready to be installed yet. Okay. Well, there's a few more pieces that are installed. A bunch of scraps. The scrap pile is starting to look bigger than the need to do pile. That's good. So let me clean up a little bit and we'll get back started. Because I'm just going to stay on. We're going to finish this today, I think. It's looking like it's entirely possible that we could. That in the trash. This in the trash. This in the trash. Try to keep my hands clean. Okay. That's awesome. I'm excited about that. I'm really excited about that. We're really making good progress because, so like this piece, it goes up here. Slides in there nicely. I don't want to accidentally glue it down, but that piece slides up in there. And then these two pieces here, they need to get broken up into smaller bits, but they go right there. And so that's pretty much, that just leaves a couple little tiny blank places left over. We're really honing down on it at this point. And really, like I said earlier, like I've been saying throughout this whole project, I've got a pile of triangles that need to be mixed in. They go in here somewhere, and I don't know which one's which. We're just gonna try and okay, when everything's done, we'll go back and glue the triangles down into the obvious places where they need it, because right now it's anybody's guess which triangle might go where. I mean, honestly. So we've got really, these are really the last of the big pieces that need divided up into smaller real estate. Everything underneath here, this is all just extra background and extra glass that I didn't need because it came out of the center where I cut around, and it's this little strip where the new color is. So this is really all the glass that is left to get installed here. And I am stalling for time, just letting this set up, and we'll get ready for the next round, because then filling in around these letters will be really super easy, because they're also straight lines, except for the G and the R. But this name, the Allegri, was really good name because it's 99% all straight lines. You can't get no better than that. One G and one R, I can live with that. Feeling little pieces of glass down here on the table. I'm going to clean this up and check on that glue here in a second. Oh, Pushin', how you doing? Yeah, it's going to be all put together today. How much would I want to get for something like this? It depends. Pushing. If you're talking about a mosaic with all these hundreds of little tiny pieces that are a little bit more complicated, or if you're talking about, but something like this would probably be, I would say, an estimate of between 80 and 100 a square foot. I'd have to add up and look at how many hours I really got into this. But normally what I do with the client is I'll usually do all the artwork for free. And they send me a photograph of something I can work with, and then we'll work up a pattern. And then if they like the pattern and they like the artwork and everything's good there, then I usually ask for a deposit for the materials, and but something like this, maybe between 80 and 100, 150. For you, probably on the lower end. I might be willing to trade a gaming console for a window. You know, a little food for thought. I'm not scared of doing some trading. But I think I have somebody that wants me to do an eagle next. And so I've got to discuss that with her. I'm not certain. But I don't know if you consider that cheap or not. That's actually pretty cheap. I think if you went to a stained glass shop and had something like this ordered up, a couple of square feet, you're probably looking at between $300 and $500. I think nowadays they're probably getting like $150, $200 a square foot. Expensive. But you know, I do this as a hobby. I enjoy it. You know, I worked my whole life. You know, I did my career doing this. Y'all know that. But I enjoy it, and so it's not real hard to get me motivated to build you a window because, and I've been like this for 30 years. I get more excitement out of having that finished photograph in my portfolio than the rest of it. No, probably not. And that's something you learned a long time ago. If you're paid by the hour to do your craft, there would not be any craftsmen. That's why artists are starving because you know, some people can be real productive and whip stuff out real fast. I've just worked on this a couple hours here and there throughout the last 10, 15 days. But today, you know, I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to have all this all filled in before I'm just going to stay live streaming. I'll leave my camera on and just have a marathon day. I'm at 259 subscribers. I'm trying to get at least one more today. And I'd love to make it to 300. That'd be really cool. I've never seen that before. So, yeah, it's not real hard to twist my arm. I've got 3 crates full of glass. I've got every color imaginable, textures, and I've got probably 50 different kinds of greens. You know, I really love, you know, all different kinds of old green glass. I've got this other, it's really beautiful. I call it wet frog, but it's a really nice Kelly green with like gold flakes in it, and it looks like a wet frog. You know, it's just beautiful. So I've got tons of glass, and I've got a lot of things I want to do. You know, a lot of things I want to make and build. And it is, you know, trying to make a bunch of stuff so I can go out and sell it. So those are, all right, we're ready to pull this tape off. Yeah, those are solid. They're not moving. Those two pieces, that's that piece that slipped. You'll get a little bit of crowding together. And, you know, it's a little bit different from a stained glass window where it's a solid construction and you place it and you hammer it and it's there. This is waiting for the glue to dry. All right. So as you can see, if you want to check out the quick overview, I'm 99% done. I'll have this finished this afternoon. I've already got this glass is cut to fit in there. And then I've got these 2 radiation pieces coming down there. And then I've got to cut my 2 claws out so I can fill in that background. And then I've got a couple little background pieces there to fill in. And a couple little triangles here and there. And then this will go real fast because it's a big, easy space. It's all nice and straight lines. So We're going to be hammering this in today. Yeah, I think people would like that. I mean, they might not really ever actually watch it, but it's kind of a cool thing to have. That would be neat. Like, oh, here's the, you know, if I may just start building all my windows live, you know, and then like you say, you can explain like, oh, here when I got to here, we had a problem with this or that, you know, and people understand. Like, you would think it's real straightforward, just cut the glass and put it down, but you know, there's a lot that goes into it. And the thing with me is I like to work with my own artwork, so I get real meticulous and I get things all measured out, and then they'll still be off, you know, by a tiny little 16th or an eighth of an inch, and that's okay. So, all right, well, it looks like we got some good placement around there. What I need to do is let that dry real good. Yeah, it kind of would be, because it would be really authentic, you know, like, oh, here's what I did to your window, and they, you know, they could go back and look. So let me look at this closer. Uh-oh, I think we might have something underneath. So that might be the second place. Hopefully that's just a little speck on the pattern. But I've got another spot where it looks like something may have gotten up underneath there. But I don't know if that is on the pattern or the back side of the glass. I may have just glued over a little marker, just a little hash mark coming out in the background, but it is what it is. So, let me see how soft that is. Okay, that's pretty soft to really mess with just now. So where I'm at, you need these pieces. All right, so in this this newer color, it has like these lines in it that almost look like scratches. And what I want to do is with each of these background pieces, those lines radiate in parallel with the radiation lines. So there's a little bit of texture. So right here, if I just go straight up and down, okay. Well, I can just go straight up and down on these because I'm in the center. We're in good shape. Wow. And that goes all the way to there, right? This is what happens when you change your pattern. Now it kind of becomes guesswork. So I've got that sits there. Actually, it sits there. Okay, that's right on the line, so I like that. So we can come back over here. And we can cut these out. But I want those lines going straight up and down right here. Isn't that what I said? Ain't that what I said? So, and that radiation comes there. Well, if I split it in half. Okay. That would be good. So we're just going to trace around this circle and make sure I'm not making an error here. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Let me cut it at this line here. Then we'll have this section will be ready to go. These are just a bunch of quickie little rectangles. But I want to make sure that those are fitting in. That goes there, that goes there. Draw around my circle, at least halfway anyways. Right? Okay, let me cut that line. That'll help line things up, make it easier to look at. Because we are totally off the reservation now. Now we're just winging it with some new pattern shapes. I mean, we're really working off of only one line now. Let's see, where was that at? Oh. Golly. Oh, that don't seem right. Did I twist that and not get my angles right? Yeah, that'll be good. So that still doesn't seem right. I thought I cut straight across here. Didn't I? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I did something funny. What did I do? There's my pattern. Oh my goodness, I rotated that around and now it's confusing to look at. Oh, be darned. Okay, but I do like those lines. So we're going to cut that again. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. It's not my fault. It was on fire when I put it down. Okay, that should get me around there. Cut that little line off there. Cut that little line off there. Cut that line off there. Pull that out of there. Now we're hoping for the best. Oh my goodness. Please don't tell me I have to cut that a third. I might have to cut that a third time. Erg. It does not want to give it up. Try to snap it off the edge. Ah, there we go. I did not want to separate. Okay. That got me nice. And that's a little large. There's no, it's a perfect exact fit, which is a bummer because it's, I need to leave room for the kraut, so now I got more to grind. Yeah. Right on. So how you doing, pushing? I would seriously trade you a gaming console if you've got an old used one and a cool driving game, because that's all I really want, just a cool little driving game to play with. Something to mess around with during those long winter nights when I'm bored. Cut around here. Cutting in around my circle. Making good progress. Let's see, which was my piece? Right there. Okay. Making sure I don't mess up. This piece cut out. That piece fits in there nicely. Need one more little sliver to go there. Cool. And then my angles are coming off of there properly. Come over here to this side. It's getting exciting. It's almost done. You know, and then I get excited about finishing a project or getting close to it, but then I get bummed out because it's like, oh, it's over. It's like when the roller coaster comes to a stop and you're all excited and you're like, yeah, that's fun. Oh, wait, I want to go again. So, I get excited that it's over and I get really depressed that it's coming to an end. I'm not complicated at all. Alright. My little straight line across the bottom there. Boom diddy boom. That piece is, oh, I've got, now I got, which one is it? I got two lines on there. Hold on, now I gotta double check which one it is. Okay, looks like it's gonna be the upper line is what we're cutting. Yay. All right. Okay, so we got those. Those are coming later. Those go right there. And then really just this other little half here. Just this other little half a piece. But I'm lining up these little striation lines in here to kind of help the effect of it look like radiating lines. Just trying to get them radiating the proper direction. Okay. Okay. This is such a small piece right here. It's just that little piece capping off the basketball. We'll get that cut out. Boom. Boom. Continuing down my nice line there. Got that capped off. We're about there, man. I think I just threw the piece I needed in there. Did I just do what I did? I did it. Oh, no, I didn't. I'm an idiot. Okay. I threw my piece in there. I've been known to do that and throw my piece of glass in. Wouldn't be the first time. Alright, let's see if we can get her out of there now. Little tiny hooky do. I probably should have done that first, but we got her out. Okay, that's a nice fit, like that. Those two are nice down there. The rest of the gaps that leaves behind are so small, I'm going to treat it the same way I treat all those tiny little triangles. No problem pushing, no pressure. We're just brainstorming, man. There's no pressure for anything. I'm easy going on that stuff. I don't hold people on the internet too accountable to anything, because, you know, it's just discussion. But yeah, nothing serious. But if you like that idea, I'll do it. Let's see. And if the value of that is more than what we were talking for a window this size, then I apologize. I don't know what those things are worth. I don't know what I'm talking about. This is entirely possible. Oh, okay. So this, you know what? I'm not going to cut those up. All the surrounding pieces I will. Okay, now we have my plan of attack. So this piece goes here. And I'm going to cut it right there. Now I'm going to break this up into smaller pieces. You know what though? No, I'm going to stick with that grid pattern. I was thinking about changing it to make the lines come radiating. But I'm going to stick with the pattern on that, because I don't want to throw the whole thing off by trying to be fancy at the last minute, you know. Okay, well, let me cut that. The other side still needs to be shaped. That piece would be there. Oh. That's in my way. Alright, drop that down. And we'll mark for this next piece. That's only 4 more. Ooh la la! It's getting exciting. Now we'll see how tired I feel. I may be able to glue this all together tonight. That would be awesome. Wake up tomorrow morning ready to pick and clean, and then we just sit down and pull a chair up, maybe go outside, sit outside and pick and clean this in the natural light where I can really look at it even. That'd be nice. Okay. I might hit this with a grinder just a little bit, but I kind of like how I cut them. Two more and this side's done. Two more and this side is done. Can you even hardly believe it? I could have been done with this project several days ago, but I've just been enjoying having fun with it, honestly. Alright, last piece on this side. Oh, and those bottom pieces need to be trimmed. They're hanging down too low. I'll make sure that one fits there. Okay. So that's a good fit. Wow. Well, I'll still buzz a couple of them down with the grinder, but that side is pretty much ready to go. It won't take but a few minutes on the grinder for that. Okay, we're back over here to this side. And this is not really fitting properly just yet. So that does go there, and that's out of the way there. So let me, that's why. Okay. Well, I think this one I might approach just a little bit differently, but it does have a straight line across there. Get that in there. This one needs a little bit of shaping. It was cut really rough because it was kind of floating in space and I wasn't sure. Oh, hold on. Okay, well that got flipped around on me. Okay, that's the main issue there, is that. And it's just got a little hooky-do at the top where the letter W is in the way there. And so at least what I'm trimming off is not a little triangle piece this time. Little tiny pieces go down into. Why do I feel like I did that wrong? Oh, no. That was actually good. So we're gonna need to trim that down just a hair. Okay, let me grind this up a little bit. Alright, let's see how we're looking here. I just do not like that. Okay. We're going to do that. Okay, we're going to take a little bit out of each side, drop it in a little bit tighter fit. Alright. That should be a nice fit down here. I keep... Oh my goodness, which way does it go? There it is. Okay, just gonna shrink it down a tiny bit more. Have to leave that alone. I can't, I'm so uncertain about that piece of glass. Okay. All right, just another little bit on the height wise. It's just a little tall. Okay. And then I want just a little bit better fit right underneath the W, and this one's ready to go. I'll bet you that's going to be a nice fit there. Okay. Okay, at least the gap matches the gap on the other side, right? It'll come down here. And we'll line that line up on the line. We'll line that up. And it's ready to cut. Right there. Woo! It's exciting. Cut that one a little bit long, didn't I? Get that lined up a little bit better. Okay. Try to keep me away from the grinder. Cut these a little bit better. But no matter how much I do, there's still triangles to go back and deal with later. Those damn triangles, man. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. The triangles are everywhere. They're after me. And then my shape takes kind of a free fall. It turns from a radiating line to a straight line down all of a sudden out of nowhere. I think it's kind of cool. Let me make sure I'm getting that on there right. I don't want to mess this one up. It's connected to the other side. Make sure I get a nice marking on there. Okay. Looks like we're going to cut all that off. Let's see how it dropped in. Oh yeah. That's nice. We like that. Alright, now we just need to cut them. 3 more. Oop. Ah, we're not allowed to do that. Okay. 1, 2. That one's a little bit wide. We'll grind it down. Line back up on my lines here. But that'll be something, I'll grind those off while I'm waiting for the next round of glue to set up. So this will give me something to do while I'm waiting for that glue to set up. Okay, last one. At least to fill in this section anyway. All right. Yay! Well, better keep that just in case. Okay, so those are going to need a little bit of trim. These ones are looking pretty good. Little tiny space in between to fill in. Grind those down. Triangles again. Now this, I'm not quite certain if I want to cut it up into pieces yet. I want to look at it because I've got it marked where the radiation lines come off of there. But I'm thinking about doing something different. And I haven't decided, you know, just breaking it up in an interesting kind of a way. But I kind of like the idea of it just having a couple of nice long lines going across that way. So, nice. I'm excited about that. So grind those a little bit smaller. Get that out of my way. Flip that back over right side up. That one ended up being pretty big. But instead of cutting the angled part, I'm going to cut the straight line part on the other end. And that is about the width of a glass cutter, so it almost always works out that way. Oh gosh, and that is going to be a hard piece of glass to cut. There's a little divot right there. Okay. Pow. Okay. Grind that. Grind that one. That one fits. That one fits. It's just these other two. If I can get a hold of them. It just grows those off of there. Oh. It's so weird. This brown marker is coming off looking awfully red on the surface, and I keep thinking, oh, did I cut myself? I'm bleeding. And it's just that damn marker. Okay. And that one's so close, it's too small to cut. Let me buzz it down on the grinder. I think it's about to time to take a Skywatch break. I've been on for 2 hours and 28 minutes. I've been building my little ass off these last 24 hours. I'm just trying to get it done because I'm excited about it. I'm seeing it come together nicely. And, alright. Just grinding this little piece into right size. I'll be right back. About time to go outside and check and see what the clouds look like, because they were pretty neat looking last time. We might have some storms coming through tonight. I'm kind of hoping we do, as long as they're not like major. Alright, let me cut that down a little bit more. That's what I get for cutting them large. Oh, you're kidding me. It's still not small enough yet? One more time! My goodness. The reason why that is different glass, different types of glass have different densities, because the coloration from glass comes from different materials, right? Hold on 1 second. I like my spacing, but now I need to adjust my angle. 1 second. So like I was saying, some glass is a lot harder than others to grind, and if you press that hard for that long on, say, a nice piece of red, you'd end up with a big old divot cut out of your glass. But whatever this is, whatever metal or chemical used to make this color, is a really dense material, and so it makes the glass really dense. So like red glass, the reason the red glass is the most expensive is because to get the color red, it requires gold. Actual gold is the chemical that turns glass red. So you use gold to make red. You use silver, makes yellow. And then, like if you can imagine, cobalt will make a blue. And so different chemical compositions make up different glass, and then different annealing temperature and different thicknesses, all kinds of things can make each glass seem like a completely different density. And so you got to know what you're working with. You don't want to just jump straight into a grinder and start grinding and grossing, because you might have a real brittle glass that the whole sheet will break. And sometimes you get some really good strong stuff that you can just take and practically bend and fold before it breaks. So you always got to know what you're working with at that point. But that's neither here nor there. Just talking about what it takes when they manufacture glasses. Made out of all different kinds of stuff is how you get all those different colors, different chemical compounds. So we've got our nice row along the bottom that I'm waiting to fill in. I haven't decided on that color. We've got the background of the nameplate, the feet and the eyeball of the eagle, and a couple of little pieces behind the wing, and we're done. Check it out. It's almost all filled in. And what you can't see, probably not transferring real well on the phone, is this new color that I've added is just a little bit lighter than that nice amber yellow, but it's still an amber yellow. So the center part looks like it has light. It's really light in the center and dark on the edges. So I'm really hoping that that color gradation comes through in the end, right? So, all right, guys. Everybody line up at the doorway. We're going to go outside for recess. And no fighting. Keep your hands to yourself. And remember, when it's time to come in, when you hear the whistle blow, it's time to come back in, right? But it is time for recess. We've already seen Senior Big Butt. He came by for some peanut butter earlier, before I got started. The bumblebees are still out there hovering around in that same spot, but I think it's like a bumblebee mating thing because now 2 or 3 other bumblebees have joined in and they keep getting on all these really cool dog fights, and they're so big like Junebug, you can hear them smacking each other in the air and they're dive bombing each other. And so, they got really close and hovered in. I got a really good close up. I want to try to put in slow motion and put a video of that bumblebee out. So we've got some awesome clouds moving in from the south. Let me check my battery status. I think I might be able to unplug it for a little while. I can't tell. It won't tell me. It won't tell me what my battery's doing because I'm live on YouTube. But we'll turn you around. We're going to get a sky check before we go out for recess. So we got some really cool skies building today. So it's going to look really cool out front. And hopefully it'll be a really nice sunset tonight if these clouds stay together like that. I'm looking forward to that. So, as with every recess, the teacher needs a cup of coffee and a cigarette. I'd be like the teacher, your high school art teacher. I'd sneak off in the parking lot and smoke out. Except we're just all going outside together. I'm not ashamed. I ain't hiding. Alright. Alright. Whoops. Sorry about that. I'm just a little flippy floppy. Yeah, let's check out front real quick. We'll head out there in a second. I need to roll a cigarette. Here's the view from my apartment. So everything's right up real close and personal, the whole city. And I'll tell you what, for a little town, they got emergencies every 5 minutes. And damn sirens are going off every 5 minutes. Oh, hey, pushing. Hey, this is something I'm going to make a video of later, but since you're here, check out my world-class stick collection. Most of this is redwood cedar. See how red that wood is on the center? And I've got some big chunks of redwood cedar in here to pull out and make some beautiful wood. And some of it's like I harvested it camping last year in Missouri. Some of that redwood is almost purple. So it's really, oh, sorry about that. Hitting the wrong buttons, pushing buttons. I'm doing it wrong. I need a lesson. All right, I'll quit jimmy jamming around. I'd like to take a short little break. We're still working on going outside. I'm not as efficient as the school fire drills. But yeah, I've got the other sticks that are behind me. Half of them are redwood cedar, beautiful cedar. The other half are pieces of wood that I took from a beaver's dam. And man, I'll tell you what, they are so cool when you get in the teeth marks left behind by the beavers. And they leave these cool little patterns. Let me see if I can find a good one. It's kind of buried back there. But when you get those big pieces of wood from a beaver dam and they have those teeth marks all over them, you stain those and those teeth marks pop off. And it reminds me what it looks like when you stain those beaver teeth marks. It looks like giraffe skin. So when you stain a piece of wood that came from a beaver dam, it has this really cool molted pattern from all the teeth marks on it. It's really neat. So I've got some world-class, some people might call them walking sticks, but I call them lodge poles. Because every time I'm out camping, I always go try to find good, long, sturdy ones to build little tripods and teepees out of. And so these are the ones I've harvested over the last year. Here's another piece of that beautiful redwood. Now it's darkened a little bit because it's sitting out in the open, but deep inside this log is wood that is just almost, it looks like purple heartwood from Africa, except it's really soft and it's aromatic cedar. And so, that's what you make stuff out of to keep the bugs away, old aromatic cedar chests and stuff to keep the bugs out. What's that at the bottom? I'm sweating it. Yeah. All right. We get a little bit of, add a little spice to my dessert. Y'all like a little spice? Oh, they're all clogged up. I'm gonna have to work on getting these unclogged. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I'm at the point now where until I make some crafts out of these sticks behind me, I can't collect anymore, because I'll bring these home in my kayak from way out in the wilderness, and the next wilderness trip, what I'm doing when I get this window done and this rain clears, I'm going back to, I left a couple of these sitting on the shoreline. I managed to get these pieces, but these mollusk shells, zebra shells, are so incredibly purple. I don't know if it's because the temperature changes or what, but these things are so purple. I mean, it's just amazing how purple those are, as compared to like a more normal one is more of an iridized pattern, right? And you can see where the purple would be in it, but these ones here, and so about a 5-mile paddle in my kayak, I know I left them laying on the beach. I know right where they're at. I'm going to go back and get those other purple shells. Aren't they, though? Oh, yeah, black walnut's fun to play with. We got a lot of that in Missouri, too. My dad's land is right there around Archie, Missouri, and there's a lot of black walnut down in that area. And, yeah, it's good for crafts. It's pretty. It buffs up nicely. And it makes a hardy looking craft and makes nice little accents and trim. It's kind of it's not as hard as you would think. It's a bit porous, but it is good for making crafts. And you get a big enough chunk, it's good hardwood. But some of it can be kind of soft, especially in a good rainy year. And, I think you're supposed to harvest those in the wintertime. I don't know. I get confused. I'm pretty sure it's the Osage orange, the hedge apple trees, is what you want to harvest in the wintertime. Because, anyways, I lose track of all that. My dad was so knowledgeable about trees and what to do with them. I'm jealous that I didn't pay enough attention, because we'd walk through the forest and he'd be like, oh, there's a lone elm. We got to watch out for the lone elm beetles. But the roots of this tree are really good for keeping bugs. I mean, he knew everything. He could walk through the forest and name every tree. And I mean, I'm talking about just by looking at a little tiny twig sticking out of the ground. And you'd think he's full of crap. You go back a year later and see, oh, no, he was right, Dad. That is a cedar or whatnot. But he was really knowledgeable about what was what. Got some weird cars sitting out here. That car does not belong here. I have no clue. Maybe somebody's friend or something. But it is time for a smoke break. And I'm going to let y'all look at the sky. It's a pretty looking sky today. And we're going to take a bit of an extended... Oh, there's my neighbor's home. Well, my neighbor's pulling up. Oh, hi. There's the kitty. That is Optimus. That's Mr. Optimus. Isn't he pretty? Hi, buddy. Hi, Optimus. I gotta set my coffee down, buddy. Sometimes he comes out and hangs in the window and says hi to me. Yeah, what are you doing, buddy? What's he doing? Well, he's a good boy. He's a cutie pie. He wants to be petted and loved on. I've never actually petted him. I've only seen him through the window. But he's a cutie. Alright, bye-bye, buddy. Gotta go. That's Optimus. He's named after Optimus Prime. So I don't have a good place to set the camera. I'm on the ledge of my balcony. I don't want it to fall through. But we'll get a good look at the sky. I'm going to have a little smoke break and we'll get back inside and get back to work real soon. Where's a good kid? Yeah. I'm driving Optimus crazy standing here. He's just sitting in the window trying to get my attention. And my neighbors are in the driveway standing and talking, so I come over here off to the side. Yeah, he is pretty cool. I haven't met him personally, but he gives me little headbutts through the window. Well, I think there's a whole convention. There's another car just pulled up. We're gonna take a slight deviation and move recess to the back playground. There's a bunch of cars just pulled up. There's a bunch of people hanging out in the parking lot. So let's go back here. So I got this cool little gated area back here. And I made me a little ashtray to keep back here. Alright. This is my little chill spot here in the backyard. I'll just hang out on this little sidewalk area. It's nice and sunny in the mornings and it's good and shady all day. But I got a pretty decent view back here. Some cool ass clouds, huh? Definitely feel like I should be on the kayak on a day that looks like this, because if these clouds stick together in these kind of pattern formations, it's going to be an absolutely beautiful sunset. That's what I'm looking forward to. And I thought this was all poison ivy, but I'm beginning to wonder if they're not honeysuckle vines. If honeysuckles aren't, either that or they're just... But I'm telling you, 4 days ago, there were no leaves on any of this. And I haven't been down here for 4 or 5 days, and all of these leaves just bloomed up. And now it's like this really cool ivy wall. But I think I kind of want to do like an ivy wall border around my next stained glass piece, just to have, you know, some nature stuff. I love that. Alright, let's get you back to the sky, because the sky is looking really awesome today. Alright, how's that for a minute? My camera's sitting at a funky angle. Oh, even funkier than I thought. There we go. Oh, he's sitting right there. I think Optimus's mommy just got home. That's probably why we were seeing Optimus in the window. Yeah, it is. I love days like this. I'm getting itchy to get back to the lake, as hard as it is to walk all the way there. But now that my little rolling cart, I've used it once, I know it works, so I know that I can make it up and down those hills. I don't feel so trapped in my apartment. I know the lake is only 5 mile walk from here. So I'm going to get this window built, and then another couple of days of storms coming and going, and then I'm just going to pack and get geared up to be out in the storm, so I don't have to worry about it after that. I'm going to make a couple of changes, add some stuff to my kayak so I can turn it into a quick shelter. That way, if I get caught off guard by a storm, I don't have to go on land. I'll just stay in my boat and make a quick trip. There's too many bugs on land now. Everything's chigger. I came back last time from the lake thinking that it was too close to winter, and I got ate up by chiggers. I was ate up all over the place. So we to that time of the year where I'll stay in the boat, I'll stay on the beach, but I ain't going in the woods. I ain't going hiking in the woods till it cools off again, till them bugs die off. And I'll get some bug spray, and got my little mosquito net. But I'm going to build a little frame coming up out of my fishing rod holders to hold a little canopy tarp over my head, and then I don't have to seek shelter. And then I don't have to build anything crazy on the shoreline. I've been doing a lot of that the last couple of years, and that's fun to do. But for like $10 and maybe a couple of extra pounds on my kayak, I can install a frame and just pull a canopy over my boat. I think that'd be pretty slick. I've seen some other people do similar stuff in their kayaks, but it looked too bulky and heavy. I just want something to keep the rain off of me that I could, throw to the side as soon as the storm's over. I'm not trying to make a whole camp. Now that I'll do that on a beach. I'll find a nice beach with plenty of driftwood, where it's got plenty of real estate where I don't have to go into the woods to get wood. And I like building shelters like that, but that's really mainly a winter and fall sport. I don't like doing that in the summer. It bugs. Like the sky's prettier back here. Look at my telephone poles. What a view, huh? It's better than sitting here watching me smoke. Oh, there's the bumblebee. He's over here. There's he at. Oh. I think he should be right there on camera, but I don't see him. There he is. Oh, he's right above that ivy. Oh, there he is. That's that big bumblebee. That's not a bird. Big old suckers. Hard to follow. Nope. He's hovering over me. He's checking me out. Oh, see, there they go. They're dog fighting over here too. Yeah, we're watching the bumblebees dog fight while these clouds roll in. We're just taking a studio break. We're doing a marathon run today. We're gonna get that glass all filled in. Don't necessarily worried about gluing it all down today, but I'm gonna have all those holes filled in another hour or two. I think I'm ready for another round of gluing. So I'm just taking a good reset break so I can go back in there and plan the last few steps, and we'll have this stained glass window put together. And then I still have to make a wooden frame to put it in. I doubt that I'm going to be able to find a frame at the store that's exactly that size, so I'm just going to get some cheap raw wood and cut me a frame, and then I'll have to paint and stain it and install some hooks, and then it will be ready to finally give away. It'd be 2 months late at this point, but welcome. I'm so glad you're here. We're taking a break from the stained glass project. We're hanging outside watching the clouds roll in for a minute. This is what we call, you call it a recess or an intermission, but I'm taking a break. I was just up on my porch by my door, but all the neighbors come pulling in the parking lot, and there's a bunch of people standing outside talking, so we just came back here. It's my little spot in the backyard. It's kind of a cool little place to hang out. Nobody ever comes back here. I think I'm the only person that ever comes back here. I think I'm the only one that ever even comes over here. This will be a nice place on a hot summer day, because it'll be completely enshrouded in shadow all afternoon. About 1 o'clock, when the sun is over this building, this little tiny sidewalk is a nice little place. And during the winter, it was nice to come out here, you know, as long as I got out here before noon, I could get some really good sun. And now I come out here when I get some really good shade. It is still a really nice morning spot. But I'm up on the second floor. This is down on the ground floor. I don't come down here every time I smoke. But I like it. I think I like this place because nobody else shows up here. They came and mowed today. Now it's all cleaned up looking. Nobody else ever hangs out over here. I think the downstairs neighbor, the other side of the building, they got some lawn furniture and stuff sitting out over there, but I ain't never seen nobody in this backyard the whole time I've been here. Modern people are indoor creatures. It amazes me that people would rather just sit around inside with the windows closed and the air conditioner on. I'd be like, man, open up the windows, sucker, let me catch my breath, like that song. I gotta be out in the fresh air. Even if it's dead ass cold, I gotta get outside for a couple of times a day to get some fresh air. There's this cool old man that lives in the neighborhood. I see him every couple hours. I see him walking around the block all winter long. And, you know, here I'm a judgmental dumbass. I thought he was some crazy idiot. You know, it's like, oh, look, this guy's just bouncing off the walls. He ain't got nothing to do, so he walks around all day. And then I ran into him walking back from the store, and he's just another old man like me, retired, lonely, nothing to do, but he refuses to sit in front of a TV all day. So he gets up and he walks around the block twice every 2 hours, is what he told me. And so he's kind of a fixture in the neighborhood, but I totally get it, man. I'll be like him. I can't just sit around and twiddle my thumbs forever. I mean, I like idleness as much as the next guy, but even when I'm idle, I like to be doing stuff, you know. So that's probably what we'll do tomorrow. I might bring my project out here with my X-Acto knives and my razor blades and everything I need, and sit outside if it's not raining, and pick and clean on that window and some nice natural light. I'll be able to see everything real well. And get it really nice and cleaned up, get all the extra glue off of it, get a real good look at it. And if you stick with me through the marathon stream, by the end of the day, here in another couple hours, we'll be able to pick it up and look at it. I'm racing with the sunset. We'll see how bright it is outside, because I think we might have storms moving in. But that gold seems less and less available by nightfall. But I might get all that stuff glued in before it's dark. That's my goal. I don't care if I achieve it or not, but it'd be nice to pick that up off the table and look at it with it all glued in today. I think I'm there. Except, of course, for the exaggerated number of tiny triangles. Little tiny triangles everywhere. Excuse me. Even my 420 didn't like the thought of those triangles. There's millions of them all over the place. And a bunch of them are screwed down, and I've been able to keep them in track. But there's about 10 or 15 little, I mean, they're smaller than your pinky nail on your pinky finger. So I get everything done except for those. Because I'll have to clean the old glue off real good just to be able to drop them in those tiny holes now. Alright. Okay, boys and girls, recess is almost over, but the good news is we're going to art class immediately. So, finish up your cigarette. Can you imagine a teacher saying that? Finish up your cigarette, recess is almost over. Alright. Oh, these clouds are beautiful. These thunder clouds rolling in, building up. It's the whole sky everywhere. Look at them. They're gaining altitude. Once them clouds hit about 14,000 feet, they'll start making some noise. There's quite a bit of wind shear cutting off the top of them, so they're having a hard time expanding. But here it comes, coming up from the south. They've been saying all week that we were going to get some doozy storms today. And then I woke up this morning and they're saying, maybe tomorrow. It's not going to be that big of a deal, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, they put out these weather forecasts that talk about, in 3 days from now, it's going to be the worst storms ever. And so you're like, okay, I'll wait to go kayaking after that. And then that day comes and goes and nothing happens. And it's like, well, wait a second, man. I canceled the idea of going out on the lake in my kayak because you said it was, and weathermen, they never hold accountable. They just guessing. Honestly, how can you tell the weather these days with all the weather modification? The only way you could get an accurate forecast is if the company dumping chemicals calls the television station and says, hey, we're gonna play with this cold front and change the weather pattern. Here's what we're doing. That's the only way you get an accurate forecast. And it ain't from the weatherman, it's from the chemical dumper. He knows what the weather's gonna be. Alright, boys and girls, recess is over. It's time to line back up to go back in. Ready to head to art class. I don't know if that's a type of poison climbing ivy or if it's just a generic climbing ivy. But the way they're blossoming and blooming out here at the top, we'll have to keep an eye on them and see. If those are honeysuckle, then that means, see all these little tiny sprigs? Those will blossom yellow. Otherwise, it's just a regular vine and but man, this thing is prolific. Alright, let's get back to work, fans. I have a whole deal here. So usually I have my hands full. So I have to put my foot under the gate. And then I have to lift the handle, pull it closed with my foot. You gotta do all that without spilling my coffee. So, there's my little backyard area. It is kind of a cool apartment, but hell, they probably won't sign another lease with me. These people have been so uptight. Anyways, I didn't realize I left my door open. I thought I closed it. Okay. Let's get a look and see where we're at and plug this phone back in. And we will continue on with the marathon stream today. Whew. I was trying to do this yesterday, but I got about 2 hours into it and I ran into some technical issues and it just set me back a couple hours. Okay. So these, we were talking about grinding these. So we're going to call this one left. We're going to call this one right. That seems like a good idea. And I want to do that with a better marker. I can barely see that. Left. Okay. Now I've got my left and my right. I'm not going to be worried about those just yet. I'm going to double check. I think I'll run through and grind a couple of these down. Like that. Like that. Like that. Okay. Alright. Well, I think I will. I'll grind this one down, just a little bit more real estate. Then we'll take that off. That one's ready to go. Okay. Yeah, that's a nicer fit. That one, we can just hit that outside edge a tiny bit. It is now no longer about the shape of the glass. It's all about the line that it borders. Okay. Yeah, I guess that one is a little bit wide. If I'm being honest about it, both of those are a little bit wide. Let me shrink that a little. Alright, let's check our width on that. That one I liked. This one I like. This one I could hit that edge just a little bit better. Let me hit that one more time down on the corner. Okay. And then maybe this other one. Got a little gap behind it. That one, just a little bit on the getting these, just straightening these lines up so they match up with they match up good with my radiation lines. And then it intersects with straight down here. Yeah. I think both of those could be shorter. Okay. Alright. Last one looks good. Yeah, it could be a tiny bit shorter, a little bit more. Okay. That backwards and upside down. That don't look right either. Hold on. Why did it look so good last? There it is. And it goes this way. Oh my goodness. Will I turn this around? It's got big. I don't understand how that happened. I think it's upside down and backwards. No, it goes this way. Yeah. Okay. We just need to get that line a little bit better. There. Okay, now we're back into. Alright, let me do this last piece and we'll tape that row off. That's awesome. Alright, where else? So these are all done. Yay. Alright, I think I still think those are just a hair too wide. Alright, just this last row. They're just gonna be crowding into that next line, and I don't want that. I want to make sure. Oh my goodness, how many times? I've done that like 5 times now and it's still too wide. It's driving me crazy. I'm telling you, whatever this background glass must have some serious dense, it is a dense glass. But I'm really careful at this stage in production. I don't want to overdo it. So I'd rather, okay, I've got some good space in there. I think we'll call that one good. Call that one good. No, that one's still. Take a little bit more out of this one. Oh my goodness. If this were any other type of glass, it would be completely shrunken by now. This is a really tough and dense glass. Okay. But the reason I get so, this is where I get probably the most crazy with it, is this moment right here. It's just about the most critical moment. Because this puts everything right on your line. And so we're literally putting it on the line now. So I've got everything nice and lined up. And I'm going to very, very gently tape them into place. Okay? Now, I'm going to get your tail off to the side. What we're doing is making a hinge. Okay? So now that we've got those taped down real good, And we like the way they're sitting. Now, I can open them up like a hinge. And when I put my glue on, I just flip them back down and they're ready to go. So now I want to make sure, and then so what I'll do, we're going to clean behind here real good. We're going to come across here. We're going to make sure all these pieces fit nicely. And I just want to barely touch on these on the grinder. We're going to open that curve up around the basketball a little bit. And as usual, create a little bit of wiggle room for the grout to have a nice black line around it. Okay, we like that. And it's a little tight. It's going to be a very fine grout line. But I'm trying to keep the whole project that way. Where the spacing changes a little bit. It's really close and tight together around the outside of my main image, but then my field of image in the background has a little bit looser and a little bit wider of a line. So I do have a couple of different widths happening. Okay. I think I want a little bit more space in there. Yeah, we could use a little bit more wiggle room. All right. That's in there. That lines up nicely on our center line. This one, all it needs is to have the ends straightened out. There. Just got it prepared for a nice little handshake with the other piece. Now it's nice and flat at the end. And now, alright, I'm going to take a little bit more out of this one to match the other side. Okay. And the reason I keep the towel is that the grinder that I use, it has a sponge on the back and it keeps the surface cool. So everything's wet after you grind it. And that helps with the cleaning. Alright, let me get this lined up. That's ready for tape. Yeehaw. Carefully place it down there, make sure I'm still on my lines. Get it pressed in there real good. Oops. I went too far with my tape. But you have to have your tape in such a way that you can bend. Because you want to, the whole reason we use that tape is so we can just fold stuff out of the way without changing the placement, right? Because once I put the glue on, we'll just flip it back over. But I need to clean and prep the surface first. And I need to run through these real quick. I think we already did these. Okay, I think I wanted maybe make that one a little looser. No, that's good. That one's okay. We can. No, I don't think we need to. Let's see how it looks on the other end. Yeah, this is the one that needs to be shrunken. Oh. Okay, this is the one that's too big. Okay. Just straighten that line up on the back. Like the spacing. Okay. Woo woo woo. Folks, we are closing in on it. I'm sorry if I'm not paying attention to the chat. I'm sorry if I'm not telling many good stories today. That I'm in hyper focus mode. I'm so close. We're about to turn the corner on this project. You're witnessing the birth of a brand new window. We went through our labor pains yesterday. Today we got a good shot of Demerol because it doesn't hurt so much. Oh, just playing around. Okay. Alright. So I'm liking the way they're sitting right now. Tiny adjustment there. Tiny adjustment there. Tiny adjustment there. Okay, these ones are ready for tape. Now we're ready to glue them down. So, the key to this is stretching the tape real tight and then lowering down on either side of it. And then run your finger along. And they did not move. They will stay right there where you do that at. So all you want to do is make sure that you can roll them back over. See, now they're all nice in their nice little rows. Nice little hinge. Just flip it over on top of the glue and set it and forget it. So the other reason I do this, because I've shown this several times today already, and that's what today is all about, is how to get this all set up and done. This is just a hardwood stylus. It's just a dowel from the hardware store, but it is hardwood. And I can use it, it will polish glass really nicely. And at this stage in production, and I've said this a million times today, coffee filters and a wooden dowel will clean up just about anything that this won't do, a razor blade will get. And so I keep a little trough with some water in it, and I dip my dowel in it. So now I'm going to make sure that before, because we're ready to glue these down, now I'm going to make sure that I've got any fingerprints off. Make sure that there's no writing on the back of the glass. Move any kind of dust or sediment out of the way. And you want to kind of look around in the light. This is where you want to look and be looking real close for any kind of fingerprints or anything that may be in there. Because this is, whoops. This is your chance to fix and clean. And so don't worry about this piece of wood is not going to scratch your glass. What it will do beautifully, though, is buff out anything that can be buffed out. And we'll go back in a minute and dry it and do one last buffing with a coffee filter. And so I've learned the hard way that even though you clean this piece of glass before you ever started, even though you've cleaned this piece of glass every time you do a new layer of glue, and it may seem excessive, but man, I've learned the hard way. I've seen fingerprints in places fingerprints shoulda, oughta not be. And you know, there's one laying in wait for me somewhere in all this mess. But at least I've made an effort, you know. At least I can conscientiously say, well, gosh, I sure looked it over good. I didn't see it. And I can, you know, because at that point, all you can do is be honest and be like, well, hey, sorry, it's got a little mistake in it, but I think it looks nice, you know. Because like I said, this is old man retirement studio. This is not 1-800 stained glass, you know. This is enjoyment. And if you're not enjoying the process, you know, if you like stained glass but hate work, you just like pretty colors, right? Because if you really, really like stained glass, once you realize how many different ways there are to work with it, how many different approaches there are, you know, that I knew a guy that had done, this is a cool story. This would kind of show you how them Europeans are, and they get stuck up about everything. But I knew a guy that had been a stained glass professional for 50 years. He was an older guy, and he was a really good artist. In fact, he was one of my bosses that I worked for when he had his own studio, and he was also the artist of another studio that I worked at. We both worked at the same place, and then I worked for him later on. So here's a guy that knows everything there is to know about stained glass. And he wanted to take a painting class from one of these masters, one of these stained glass people over in the United Kingdom. And even with all of Russell's experience, that guy in the UK told him, well, I guess I could teach you a few things, but you probably got everything. You know, he just assumed that some American idiot didn't know shit about stained glass. Just repulsive attitude. But, you know, people get uptight about it, and you get into the conservancy side of things, it's more red tape and white collar corporate BS. There ain't no artists involved. That's the last person to even be involved in a project like this. These people in these bigwigs, they'll be the ones at the ribbon cutting ceremonies. You know, you'll never see the artists there. And that's not complaining. That's just understanding how the world is. It's weird. Okay. Well, as long as I don't sneeze, cough, choke, or drop anything, I have a brand new, fresh, pristine surface. I'm going to whip up some more of this. I need to set some stuff off to the side and getting in my own way. And get a couple coffee filters. And this is really going to give it a completed look, because this space is about filled in. Oh, there's two of them over here I can use. Okay, here we go. It's almost the second to the last big section. This will be done piecemeal, bit by bit, I imagine. Just a little bit of glue. And the other thing we can celebrate is I think I'm going to be able to save $20 because I don't think I'm going to need any more epoxy. I was worried about having to get some more. But I think I've got plenty to finish this project. Now, I still have the border. What's underneath that tape is another where a border is going to be. And I'm doing that last because I haven't chosen the color yet. I have a couple of really good candidates, but I want to make sure everything looks good together. Oh boy. We are minutes away from a filled in background, folks. This is where I get excited. There's still a few little pieces here and there, and I'm not even counting, not even worried about the letters between the nameplate because that starts a different section. I'm excited to have gotten through the continuity of this section. Okay. Just spread that epoxy out good so it's nice and flat. And then because we've got that tape on there, we don't have to worry about them shifting and sliding and moving around. As long as you get them pressed down to the surface real good. As long as you get that pressed down to the surface real good, they're not going to move on you. And so now you can just go through here and drop them in. Well, we got to get the glue down first, but you know what I mean. And this method is a little bit making up a big batch and putting it on the back side of a piece of glass. That's more wasteful. You can get a lot more mileage out of your epoxy when you can spread it evenly. A little bit more there. Let that settle for a second. Go back in here. I don't think I have any stray pieces that I can go ahead and glue down. I think everything else is stuff that needs to be grinded and fit better. I don't know if I can utilize any extra epoxy. We'll take a look. Maybe we can get it. Oh, almost dropped that. That would have been fun. All right, hold on. That almost became a fingerprint nightmare. All right. Okay. And then my magic tape hinge method. I wouldn't say it's brilliant, but it's not stupid. If you're gluing a lot of little tiny pieces, you can do whole sections at once just by flipping them over. I kind of love that. You know, I've made a lot of things and tools and items, but coming up with a new method is almost even more exciting. Now these, I feel like are shifted on me just a little bit. There we go. Okay. I always want to watch and see how they're landing, even when you do have them taped. So we've got that section filled in. I don't think I have anything that's ready to just pop in without worrying about it. I think everything else I have needs to be cut and ground in. Awesome. I think I'm gonna finish this top area up here with all the knitting. I don't know, maybe I'll come down and fill in this nameplate, but this is pretty exciting to be right here at this stage. Well, I've got that. You know what? If I can grind these two pieces fast enough, I can get those on there. But that epoxy's setting up on me quick. Let's see if this piece fits nicely. Ooh, yeah. Actually, I think I can get this piece in. It needs to be cut the width of the cutter like everything else seems to be. Always that cutter width. Oh yeah, okay. This one's good to go. I think we're gonna get both of these two pieces on there too. I almost forgot these two little triangles underneath the basketball. Get that in there. Okay, got that. I think as long as this one can get grinded rapidly, and I like the way it fits nicely already. So, clean off the back, get some glue down. So now we got almost all the way around the basketball filled in, and just in time too, because see now how it's starting to set up and it stretches like string cheese. So you could still use it, the glue is still viable, but not for this, because now it's just turned into a really difficult gelatinous substance to work with, and I just refuse. So just need to make sure that doesn't go anywhere. Alright, I'm going to tape that down. That one wants to come. Seems like it's wanting to shift on me. And we might as well tape this one down for good measure as well. Make sure my line is good. Kind of squeezed in tight around the basketball, but like I said, and what'll be cool is I'll put a piece of paper over this and make a rubbing of it, and it'll be a really cool rubbing. So, wow guys, check that out. We're gonna give this about 5 minutes. I'm gonna take another break. Y'all have to excuse me for taking so many breaks, but this has been a marathon building session. We're at 3 hours and 37 minutes. I would say maybe a half hour of that was taking a break. But I'm going to go regroup, wash my hands, use the little stained glass boys room, and then we're going to come back and we should be able to peel this tape off. And then I'm going to go ahead and finish this section out here in a little while. But I no longer need the pattern underneath of it to finish everything else, because, well, it is what it is. I might need the pattern for a couple little seconds or two, but everything's all laid out, the background's all filled in. And if you guys stick around for about 5 minutes, take a break, go have a cigarette, go to the bathroom and come back, because we're going to peel this tape off and we'll be able to pick it up and we'll hold it up and look at it in the window. And we've got, well, we'll see about the sky if it bleeds the color out. But I think that we'll be able to pick it up here in a few minutes. So I'll be right back, gangos. I'm gonna have another quick half a cigarette and we'll come back and finish this out. How exciting. How exciting. I'm just making sure I don't have anything bad going on over here. That's that one weird piece. Making sure nothing moved. All right. Thank you, Pushin. Appreciate it. All right. Keep a close eye on the glass underneath the tape. If some gremlins come along and mess with it when I'm gone, you'll be sure and let me know, right? Ooh la la. That bumblebee is right outside my window, just hovering right on the other side of my screen. He's waiting for me. Has the bumblebee been watching me feed the squirrel? Does the bumblebee want some peanut butter too? Have I just misread the signals? Oh. Alright. Alright guys, I'll be back in just a second. I gotta leave the phone here because it's charging up. Be right back. Alright, time out. I'm gonna unplug. You gotta see how the sky has changed now. It all blew out. And now we've got these big high cirrus, like we might not even get no storms now. Oh, switch that camera around. Yeah, now look. It just all cleared out and blew through. But the bumblebee is still here. Where'd it go? was right outside my window. It's just following me around. Alright, yeah, oops, wrong one. Yeah, I guess we ain't getting, that's what I was saying. I think the wind shear is going to blow the tops of those thunderstorms apart. Well, yeah, there he is. My neighbor's home. She just got home. I don't want to disturb her. But yeah, look, they're still trying to build to the south. But all that just cleared out of there in that short little bit of time. Oh. Alright, well, surely by now that epoxy is certainly not dry, but it's set up enough I can pull tape. And I've already got an idea of what we're going to do next here real quick. Alright, that's enough nicotine. That's enough of the bumblebee. I'm too close to completion to be kicking back and relaxing. I'll be kicking back and relaxing soon enough. Right here. You see this? Let me show you something pushing. In case you're wondering, this right here is about the most comfortable chair you can ever sit in, because you can lean it all the way back and you can push it all the way, man. Right there, that's where my comfort lies. Soon enough, we'll be out on the water real soon. All right. That's my ceiling. All right. Let's get you back down here on the table. We're going to take a quick look. Let's get the messy bits out of the way. Just get some messy stuff out of my way. Okay. And everything's looking pretty good. You know, I've double checked these lines a million times. They're all coming out nicely. There's nothing I can do about it now. Actually, it won't even matter because it is what it is. But yeah, I think we're good to pull this tape. So we just got, there'll be a lot of cleanup on this. I'll spend quite a long time, but I'll put it on a board and I put it in my lap, and I'll sit and watch YouTube videos, and you know, like and I'll just sit and pick at it and cut away epoxy that's built up and look for little, you know, you'll just for hours and hours keep finding little places to clean. And then in some of these channels where the gap is really super thin, I'll go around with an X-Acto knife and cut the epoxy out of the channel so that the grout will go in there. And then, so this, I'm not ready to deal with this yet, but I am. Well, let me do this first. Hold on a second. So just so I don't make a mistake, because I'm not quite ready to cut. Oops, you can't see it. I've got this piece that goes in up here, but I'm not quite ready to install it because I haven't decided if I'm going to cut it into 3 strips or 2, or if I'm just going to cut the radiating lines. But I think they'd be too big and chunky to leave it in that big of a piece. Here, I have a better idea for this, because now what I'm doing, because we do want to pick it up off the table here in just a little bit. I mean, we're really close. I'm going to cut a little bit of this background and decide if I like that color or not before I go. Oh my goodness, I don't know what happened. I got disconnected. Is anybody out there? Hello, hello. That was weird. Okay. Well, I guess we're back on track, but I wasn't even paying attention. I didn't even know that I was offline there. So, if you're still here, what I was getting ready to say is, so the background is entirely oriented up and down this way. Behind the nameplate, I've got it just enough, and there's plenty of room in here. So I think what I'm going to do is cut most of this nameplate out real quick, because it's going to go real fast. But I might incorporate some of these lighter ambers that we just did down this middle section. But I want to see the continuity before I tear it up. So we're going to do this section real quick because this will go really fast. It's a really easy section. We're not going to use pattern pieces. We're just going to wing it. And we're going to go for it. So, have not lubricated my cutter in a little bit. So, and not only that, what I do is I just put a little bit of machine oil on a real nice cotton rag, and not only does that lubricate your wheel, but it also kind of cleans any sediment and particulates off of your out from in between. Okay, so we've got that, and a nice fresh magic marker, and let's see, so over here the gradient is really light at the start. I think we're going to flip that around to make it really dark at the start of the bottom of this one. So this is really easy, like I said, because it's all going to be straight lines. And I'll cut this out. We're not going to grind it into place. I think I need a better marker. We're not going to worry about grinding it. We're just going to drop them in to look at it. So, all right, ready to cut that first piece in. How do you like them apples? That just doesn't seem right. It just seems too easy. See, it seems too easy. It's throwing me off. So, see if I can shrink that down a little bit. There's a better angle. You can barely see what I'm doing. Get back here a little bit more. All right. So, when I'm doing something like this, I like to just cut completely out of the sheet, and so I'll have this nice continuity all the way across. So you start at one end, and you always have to, it always is that you have to spin the piece around to face you. But you want to make sure you spin things back around the other way before you take off again. So, okay, so like I said, I'm not going to get into grinding, but I am going to do some grossing. So maybe it would be better to get the better overview because I'm doing a lot here. So I just lost track of it. Make sure I'm on the right path there. Okay, so just a tiny little hooky-do there to take off. And the bottom is right there. Alright, so that's done. Now all the little fiddly bits, like everything else, I'm going to do those last. But for continuity's sake, I'm drawing them on there and making sure that I leave enough room. So I know that that's the A, so I've written literally the A. And then that comes up there, that comes across there. here. Okay. Should be just a bunch. And then I'm gonna put tape over this so I can pick the whole thing up. And here in about 20 minutes, we'll finally get to see what this window really looks like. I am so excited. I know what I painstakingly, for several hours, put all this glass in the window before I ever started building. So I kind of know what the glass looks like together. But you never really know what it looks like until you're done, you know. Yeah. Did that just a tiny bit. Okay, so make sure that I remember that those are the little pieces. So for continuity's sake, I'll come back later. These are the pieces inside of the A. So everything you want to write down in map, you think you might remember, but you won't remember. So just write it down. Just write it down. Oops. And that marker's a little too fat for fine details. Come over here. Whoops, don't move. Okay. Get this one out of there. Alright. Okay. Looking good. Now, make sure, always look for those magic marker lines because you want to line up, keep that continuity. And at this point, you should just do this. I'll mark it right and left. And so left, 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 right, right, right. Just because I'm going to pick this thing up and set it down and spin it around so many times. And, you know, now I know there'll be no confusion on orientation. That's a trash piece. Alright, so just that little hooky-doo up there around the L. That'll go in there. Oops, and I forgot another little hooky-doo on this side. Oop. Doesn't want to come back out. Alright, then another little hooky-doo on this corner. So we're just grossing. We're not even going over to the grinder. So we're just doing this old school style. All these pieces are falling right into place. And you know, the hardest part here is just making sure that you get everything lined up good. You know, and that you're drawing a good line. And I'm seeing, looks like I might have some glue in my way, but I don't think it's wider than my little grout line, so we'll see. We'll see if it even matters. Okay, and just like everything else, a little hooky-doos at the top where the letters go through. Alright, that one goes in there. Okay, so now we're at the E and the G, and I'm just not going to work that hard right now. I'm going to consider those bits that I'll come back and do later. Oops. So, to skip all that for now and make sure I have my continuity, looks like I've got, that actually is going to help. Okay, so this is the G. Okay. We'll get that marked out there differently in a second. That looks funny. Let me make sure I'm not making a mistake. Alright. Alright, so my E and my G. E. These are the spaces that go inside of there. And this is that radiating line that comes down from there. And then we just jump across to the back side of the R, because right now I'm trying to rush. I'm just trying to get this cobbled in real quick because I want to look at it. That little bit off the back side of there. We're so close. I did. Yep. I just responded to my own chat. I went back on there on the live stream to see if it was still live or not. Okay, so that's in there. And then we're going to mark off once again. We're going to pass over the difficult fiddly bits of the R. And we're going to skip right to this Y, or the I on the end. That's got an easy that should be a nice easy shape to cut out. Okay, do that upside down and come into it this way. Save room for the R. Plenty of room for the R. Alright, and this is a little fiddly bit. We're so close, folks. Oh, good. It started my time over. Huh. My time is weird. Because I've been on longer than 2 hours and 49 minutes. I had to start and reset. I have no idea. I was on here for a long time today, and I'm still not done. That's what today was all about. Like I said, I wanted to do this marathon session yesterday, but it really just didn't work out because I got tangled up. Okay, that fits nicely. Now we've got, let's see, that'll come out of there, so we'll go ahead and just get this I out of here. The last piece. Oops. Get better alignment on that. Woo, 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 woo. Nice. I may have messed up a little bit in the continuity with getting the piece that's underneath the R. But I don't even think it'll be distinguishable. I really don't. Alright, there's... Whoop. That one didn't want to break off so easy. And my line's gone. Let's redraw that line. My sweaty hands done wiped my line away. Alright, bear with me. I'm really glad you guys are here. If you left, well, you'll have to wait till next time. And especially you push in if you're still here. We're getting ready to pick this up off the table in just a minute. Just 1 minute. I'm going to put some clear tape over those pieces so they stay in there so we can look at it. This is another one of those trust the process pieces. It doesn't look like it would fit around what I'm doing. But there it is. Okay. So this is the end. Actually, this would be the eye right here. Just making sure I got my continuity so I'll mark that off where I left off. And I know that if I need more pieces, my best chance of getting continuity will be out of this scrap, right? Because I have already got my continuity accounted for the small spaces in between the letters. You set those off to the side. This larger piece right here going across the top is going to be dissected, but I haven't decided exactly where I want those lines to go. So welcome to my long live stream today. If you are here now, do not leave. We're going to pull this off of the table in about 30 seconds. So, if you want to look at it in the light, like I am dying to do. Now remember, there's still some blank spaces that we need to fill. And I'm just doing this so we can all look at it, because I promised after a marathon building session, we are now able to divert completely away. We don't need the pattern anymore. But what we need is to satisfy curiosity. So, anything that's not glued down will fall out. But there is also a technical reason for pulling this up, which is I've got a discrepancy that I'm not sure if the piece I'm missing, which color it is. So I've got to put this up into the light so I can figure out exactly which piece is the missing one. And I've got this so over taped down. All right, hold on, new plan. We're just going to cut it off of there, because I still want to leave that border area taped up, just keeping it clean, because that outer area will be a different color, and I haven't chosen it yet. All right, so I'm going to turn you around for a minute. I'm going to prop this up in the window, and we'll be right back where everybody can see it. All right. Oh my goodness, it looks like a big fucking mess. All right. So, and what you have to remember when you're looking at this is that when you get the grout in and around all these pieces, it's going to highlight the glass. But I'm really liking how everything blends together. That background just made everything blend together real nicely. So there is the project, 99% completed. We've still got a couple more hours of work to do in the actual glass part. We need to fill in all the blank areas around the feather, and we need to make talons for the, I think it's a hawk, I keep calling it an eagle. But we need to make talons and finish cutting out in between the letters. And then we just really need to get to cleaning on it and looking for, yeah, see, I'm not liking that spot up there. I think I might have an issue, because that's glued under there permanently, right there on the cross. I'll be darned. It's always something, man. Let me see if that's on the back side. Oh, thank God, that's on the back side. Okay, we got rid of that. So, there'll be a lot of that. This is the other line I'm worried about. If that's on the glass, oh good, it's on the surface. And this is on the surface. This piece is not glued down. So, okay. So that's good. Where was that other dot at? There was another big dot that was bothering me. Oh, there it is. that. Yeah. No, that's a bubble. That's an air bubble. There was another dot that I saw earlier, and I guess it must be on the pattern because I don't see it now. Nice. Well, it looks like it's going to clean up nicely. What I thought was a big glazing blotch that I glued over. Thank God that turned out to be on the back side. Thank you, Pushin. I appreciate it. And then I'm going to fix this number 13 by adding a little piece of basketball color right there to round that off. And so there'll be a lot of thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. And these are really muted colors. So if you hear me talking about antiques versus modern, this is what would be considered an antique style of glass, where you can really see through it. And what I like in working with these antiques the most is this is the kind of glass that will reflect the light onto the walls around you, whereas a oh gosh, what's the other, a more opaque glass, which is a more modern glass, won't let as much light through. So like here's an antique green, and so any glass that you can really see through is going to cast that color onto the wall. Now the opposite of that is the other kind of glass, which people are probably more thinking of. This is more of what you would build like a Tiffany style lampshade with. It's really dense and you can't see through it. And when it's, so this is more of a modern glass. And these are what's known as, they're not antiques because the glass is old. It's just the antique style of glass. That's just what you call it. So when you're talking a stained glass window, my recommendation is, unless you're doing something on a shelf or a lampshade or something in a different kind of a decorative way, you'll want to go ahead and use these antiques, because that's going to cast the most light and brilliance on the walls and whatever around it. So, let me put this piece of glass away. And then, we'll break out some other colors next time. We'll look at some other colors of glass. I'm definitely going to have to show you this wet frog looking glass. It's this beautiful green with these gold flakes and specks all in throughout it. So we have officially left the reservation. We are 100% freestyling it now, because the pattern pieces will not matter anymore. What matters is the space in between the glass that needs filled in. So, gonna go ahead and quit for the day. That's a good marathon stream. We got a lot done. We turned the corner. Everything is looking great. By the time you see this next, everything will be filled in, and we'll be discussing the insanity of my plans for the border. And then we're gonna probably take a walk to Home Depot and buy a piece of wood and start building a frame. And possibly before all that happens, it all depends on the weather, I may go to the lake and do some live streaming. Oh, you're welcome, Pushin'. Thank you for sticking around for so long. I appreciate your support. You're awesome, man. I really appreciate it. And anybody and everybody that came by. We're almost up to 260 subs. I was at 259 this morning. So I'm hoping maybe this live stream got me a couple more subs. And I'm not in a race for the subs, but I know their algorithm helps. And this is really just the first of many, many studio adventures that I'm going to incorporate and sprinkle in with my music and wildlife photography stuff. And if everything goes well and I don't get run over by a car or attacked by the coyotes at the lake, we should be able to get a lot done this summer in the air conditioning while it's blasting hot outside. So thank you again for being here. Thank you, Pushing, again, for being such an ardent fan. You're such a great supporter. And we'll see y'all next time. We're going to wrap this up. And then when we hold it up in the window next time, it's really going to look like a present. Right now, it just looks like a project. But real soon, it's going to look like a gift. So, thanks for sticking with me, and we'll see you probably tomorrow.